it's not really a problem to get to the coffee. Exactly. Get emotionally attached to it.
Yeah, if you talk to them, you're right. Yeah, you can get a lot.
You're going to get more out of it.
I mean, I even got the police to take down the police station.
Did it?
Yeah, me and my mates who got nicked.
Yeah.
They let them out first.
Yeah.
And then I somehow got the old bill to give me a lift back to where they needed us.
Yeah.
And so we drove past my mum.
So this was you the car.
I saw that. We went past them and I was at home before they got home.
Yeah.
We walked.
So that's what he's saying. It's amazing. It's just how
They'll come.
generally I was
You want our tea on it?
Yeah, watch it.
No, I'm fine, thanks guys.
Yeah, I'll have a cup of tea.
tea.
Do you want a cup of tea on it?
I've got one I brought one with, thank you. Bless you.
Hello? Yeah.
The link's in the chat. Tell him to look in Telegram.
Look in Telegram, okay?
Just put it in.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning. It's alright. Yeah, a few souls have turned up, so it's all good, mate. Yeah. Bar's not open yet. Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, link's in there. Yeah, no worries. Have a good day. So grab the link. Alright, take care. Bye.
He's got the link. He's got it, just as I said it as well, yeah. I put it in the admins group, in the private. He is, isn't he? He's on it. Yeah. One cable does it all. Fortunately, it's no UFO, it's just the cable, the scraps. Yeah, it's unlisted on Indiglo, but it's in the website, it's in our Telegram private group, and I'll give you all the link in the email. It's on the website, it's in our private Telegram group, so you'll be able to find it. If you have any trouble, let me know.
So are you recording it to watch later then?
Private, you know, for reference, and for the ones that can't make it, for international community, we've got people all over, haven't we? So Sweden, just rang them direct from Sweden. Let's see. It seems to have glitched. The Wi-Fi's a bit weak. I am recording it though privately, so if this is a bad copy or the internet fails, it's a bit glitchy, then I can.
Sorry, they don't do hot drinks, no teas or anything.
Okay.
Any fizzy or anything?
I don't know. They got water, I'll grab some water.
Do you want a cold drink?
No, I'm not, don't worry, we'll sort it out. Tea's one thing. Yeah, appreciate the offer.
Tell him if the has he gone? The internet doesn't keep up. I'm making a private recording. Yeah, because the Wi-Fi's a bit weak, so it'll probably be a bit glitchy. Do you know what I mean? I'm recording it onto my hard drive as well as live and listening. I'm using the Wi-Fi for this place. I have got data on here I could use, but I thought the Wi-Fi would be stronger. I'm on EE. It's not.
Okay, yeah.
I'm Tesco.
Yeah, 4G. That's what mine says. Yeah.
So when this came out,
I'll try it and see.
I'm not missing that, I tell you. I was going on to my house for months, I said, no,
Yeah, no, that's Phil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was saying, oh, I've got so much to do today, not sure I'm going to make it. So I tried to say to him, like, oh, no, it won't be like, just get yourself down, like,
okay,
if I'm not working, I'll go.
yeah. I know it depends.
There we go.
And then there's no focus there, so they'll jump from him because they think he's going to follow him back here. And I think when David is kind of recently is
Oh well, we tried.
People just steer to the next dude that's going to fill it. I have seen it, a lot of people say they want those, they're talking out their arse half the time. It's my lady outside of language. That's not
Judge, really.
So that's kind of where I am. There's automatic.
Because he's trying to like a lot of
I don't mind
Loud enough. Maybe it's a bit too loud. Checking. Very good. Check. Peter Pepper, pick up pepper. I'm only using the mic, so this one for the recording will pick it up. So I've tried. My signal's low, and the club signal is quite low. So I'm recording it on the hard drive, and then I'll upload this that's recording if the live stream is not very good quality. All right. I heard that mic. Check the mic around the mic.
yes, I don't
Okay, are we about ready to start? You all seating comfortably, you've got your snacks and drinks? Alright, if other people turn up, we'll just let them filter in, and we've done introductions. I think you all know who we are, but for the benefit of the recording, I am David. I'm here to share information. We're not giving legal advice. We're not attorneys, barristers, solicitors, as you may or may not know. We're here for various reasons. We're going to give you a bit of background history and some of our successes and the techniques that we use and why we use them. I've recently premiered some reruns of It's an Illusion from about 10 years ago in association with the British Constitution Group and presented by John Harris, and there's Lawful Rebellion mixed in with that of the late David, son of Robinson. I've been around the circuit 10 to 15 years, primarily 10 years. I've been to speak and see people like Justin Walker, Tom Crawford. You may remember some years ago there was an eviction and some amount of people, man's souls at his house, about 800 for that. Mark Saylor, Stephen McRae, Bincham. There's quite a lot that you will have known of through your own discoveries and over the years. But 10 years ago, when I first before my court battle for access to my boys, I was introduced to the intellect of John Harris and bailiffs and civil issues, interactions with officers, and I primarily got interested later on and returned back to the YouTube videos and presentations because I had to get a solicitor involved and later a barrister so I could get access to my two boys after a family breakdown, and I'd got two children that I had to go through the legal system to get the access, a court writ from a judge. So I was privileged enough for my mum to be able to give me some information about how the court system works with regards to the language they speak, legalese. I'd heard that already from John Harris and other presentations, a language which looks and sounds and writes like English, but it's their own society vernacular vocabulary, and it has different definitions and implied meanings than the Oxford English language that we're all accustomed to speaking, the common tongue. Mum is the one that taught me how to speak, and I speak from my mother's tongue, if we break it down. My mum also explained to me that there is a legal personality at play within the court, so you are surprised to find out that all is not as it seems. She explained to me about the legal personality. When she explained that to me and I asked what a legal personality is, I associated that with somebody of fame, and she said no, that's how the system recognises and processes for this. So I spent 2 years and £20,000 and successfully obtained a court writ. During that time I was very low, at my wit's end, somewhat suicidal to some extent when you're having to, your children are the most near and dearest to you in life. I got through that and I won successfully, but it was very hard. So I wanted to then bring through to Facebook initially and the public what I had been through at that time or thereabouts. There was a group, as the gentleman mentioned there, about Fathers for Justice and miscarriages of justice. My mum was very much into women's rights and miscarriages of justice, excuse me, with regards to herself. In the 80s, she was the victim of domestic violence, we was as a family, and the police did very little. This isn't a criticism, this is just reality, real fact, that there wasn't as much articulation and operation of law as what there is today. You can be somewhat prosecuted just for shouting, or you can assault somebody verbally, and it can go through as a valid prosecution, as well as a physical actual grievous and things like this. So it does seem to have gone in the right way, but a little bit too late. I've also faced a representative for the Secretary of State because the Child Support Services had got an incorrect amount of monies owed by my legal personality, my person, the straw man, the all capitals name, and I'd liaised with them many times, which was quite hard as well, because there were always ladies that I rang, and I was of the opinion I can tell you they were quite hostile, and it was like very hard to deal with them, to keep calm and honourable with them. And I argued that I hadn't worked for X amount of years, I was then unemployed, and their records were incorrect. And bottom line is, the administration from the Child Support Agency, I believe they're different acronym now, CMS or something, from CSA to CMS as it is now, they said their records may well be incorrect. They can see that for the period I was referring to and what they was billing me for, they could see on their system that I hadn't been working, and so they charged me incorrectly, but they was not incapable, they was unable to correct their records, and they said that it had to go through a tribunal. So I spoke to my mum and said, this is what I'm doing, if I need help, will you help me and give me guidance? And this was when I was in Sheffield at the time, and I had an appointment at a place called the 12 o'clock court in Attercliffe, Sheffield, and I attended that. I asked my mum to come as a witness and as a layman, support for me. And we went to an office. It was in a building. It was called 12 o'clock court, and it was a tribunal. It was in a business venue, and across from me was the representative for the Secretary of State. There was myself and my mum, and there was the representative from the Child Support Agency, Child Services Agency, and we had to go through and argue what they reckoned was owed and what I said was factual and my opinion. And then the representative, within 15 minutes of the representative for the Secretary of State, said, it appears that this is a clear administrative clerical error, and I don't understand why it's taken to get to this point now before it gets cleared up. And they presented their argumentation as to why they wouldn't amend the incorrect details, and it wasn't as bad as what I thought, and it was purely administrative, and so amended that, and we moved on from that. I've had experiences helping somebody for a traffic offence, a road traffic offence that was incited by a road traffic officer, and somebody in our Facebook group wanted me to assist with the hearing and trial in a magistrate's court for road traffic infraction going through a red light. And this was a hearing and a trial at a magistrate's court in Oxford, and we went down there. It was about 4 p.m. it started, the courts closed at 5. We did cross-examination. It turned out it was a trial, not a hearing, so I was not quite prepared for a cross-examination and trial, and we proceeded anyway. I took down books that, if you look on that table, there's a black book there that's quite thick. We took 3 books that size, which are the civil procedure rules, the civil court practice. When we talk of the practice directions in England, the way that civil issues are managed is through the courts, the magistrates, the high courts, and if it's civil, it will be the civil court practice. CPR, abbreviated, you may have seen, we reference CPR. Kind of areas that are useful, so we can reference and hold to account the claimant and say that there hasn't been effectively due process followed. So rather than going through Freeman, Magna Carta, sovereignty, lawful dissent and hearsay, hello to the ladies that have just arrived. We'll say good morning and thank you for coming. The toilets are through there, the bar's round there, and we're doing some introductions and then we'll take a pause and we'll see what we need to talk about. So they're very powerful, the civil procedure rules, and in this magistrate's court there was a traffic officer saying that he saw the representative of the driver. You can choose to be the driver if you want, or you can implement the instrumentation and you can present your driver. You are in a court scenario, civil, administrative, but with the allegation and charge of travelling through a red light, that then borders on a common law infraction. It may, if it was true claim, if you do travel through a red light, then you perhaps have the chance to cause injury to somebody. It's a very close, line between civil and criminal. The point is, he who makes the claim in one of the maxims, the 10 commercial maxims of law that are accompanied with biblical precepts, the claimant is duly obliged to provide the material facts of the matter and the evidence of the claim. If anybody in life makes a claim, regardless of who you are, we're all created equal in the eyes of the law. The fact of the matter to back up your claim, otherwise you'll find them. So we articulated as private individuals. I was the layman representative for, we'll just call him Thomas, and we heard what the traffic officer said under cross-examination. He was on his own, he didn't have any video recording equipment, there was no other witnesses, it was a temporary traffic light system for roadworks that had been set up, there was no monitoring. It was the officer's word against the driver's representative. He was in commerce, he was driving a 15-ton Curtin cider van, and so even though he was acting in commerce, he can use his driver to act in commerce. The magistrates didn't like the way that he presented. We tried to make them see it our way, but they wouldn't, so we proceeded as we saw fit. We explained we're not legal guidance and clarification if need be. We had the same books as what they have on the desk of the magistrates. There's some sky blue books which are called the Stone's Justice Manual for Criminal Law, printed by a company called Butterworth's, and then the LexisNexis civil procedure rules contained in the civil court practice, which are known as the Green Books, present as well. So then the man and representative for the driver, they didn't like it, they kept calling him Mr, and we had to keep correcting them, but it's just administrative civil formalities at this stage, so we didn't get too hung up on it. The issue was there's a controversy surrounding the name, it needs to be proven or discharged, so we went there and we listened and his testimony on the stand. The driver then, or the driver's representative, but to the court the driver was there, and he presented evidences which was testimony, so there was no other evidence other than the detention of the officer and the driver's representative. The middle magistrate, who's the one in charge, the head magistrate, accompanied by two other magistrates, sat there. There was a clerk in front of those three, there was the stand to the left, there was the defendant dock here, and the prosecution just down to the left that brought the claim on behalf of the traffic officer. And the driver representative Thomas took the stand and answered as the prosecution asked the questions and wanted clarification. He got the opportunity to say his part and his truth, and they went out 10 to 5 and for their deliberations, and I said to Thomas, it doesn't look good because they're closing 10 minutes, and the prosecution, the officer and the magistrates. We're the ones that aren't in the club. I don't know how well this is going to go. We'll see. So at 5:10, 5:15, the usher, and before we make the decision, the magistrates are divided upon how to proceed and what to say, what verdict to give. And about 5:30 they all came out, and long video is kept in the private, so there's proof of this as well. And they discharged the charges. So when you hear on YouTube and Facebook and other media platforms that there is no such thing as common law, and common law does not exist, and that there is only, you know, X, Y and Z, the narrative that goes with these types of stories, there is, if you know what you're doing and you do your research and you hold them to account, and you have a go, there is a good chance that you will, you know, we're not here to slate or badmouth the judicial system as a cult and as one-sided as it may be. That being the language they speak, you know, the venues, the processes, the paperwork, the whole setup of courts is not very clear and transparent to anybody, which is why there is often a need for a duty solicitor, a brief, an attorney, you know, different countries, different positions, but we recognise the honourability of the magistrates to say that we actually said this is his side. We knew without actually saying, and we actually pointed this out as well, that the driver said he went through on a green, and because the traffic lights was on a corner, the officer must have been some cars back, a distance back, and as he came round he must have seen the van going through the temporary lights, and he must have changed, was an infraction on the Traffic Act, and he then put his claim through, but due to the lack of supporting witnesses, evidence, him being on his own, no other driver with him, the traffic light system, no monitoring on there, we stuck to the principle of the truth, number one, and the facts of the matter and the processes of the courts, the civil process, and they did discharge it. So not every case is the charge is discharged, but no court's decision is final. You can actually go back to the court and ask them to look at it again, point out any errors, miscarriages of justice, or failure of duties to perform, and you can also look at being an appellant and going down to have a judicial review, or even look at private prosecutions as you see fit to get, you know, your truth across. So often you win at the first battle, hearing, trial, whatever, you know, presentation that you're doing, and we generally deal with civil issues. We stay away from criminal issues because they are rather emotional and dangerous, because they usually involve common law injury, harm, abuse, violence, drugs. It's very serious, and myself, David, SPLS Pro, we talk on our platforms, the private domain, Indiglo, on my YouTube account, and through our Telegram groups, about everyday issues that affect us all, to do with children, council tax, parking charges, penalty charges, bank loans, debt collectors, civil issues that are, you know, affecting our families. And the system, the legal system, seems to feed on low-hanging fruit, which is the sad part of the reality of life. As real as it gets is, how do I explain this? In the maxims of commercial law, you will find there is a maxim that reads, he who doesn't assert his rights at law is viewed as having none. So you would imagine, with the various international laws we have, human rights, Queen's Bench, High Courts, you know, and all of the judicial system that we have in England, and how that's been formed across you know, the hundreds of years it's taken to evolve from medieval times, from the the unorthodox ways that they used to, you know, sink or swim with witches, and you know, taking hot molten metal in your hand, and if you heal, then in so many days, then God's produced a miracle, be innocent, and you can go. And it has articulated itself in such a way that you would think now we would be guaranteed to have rights, and rights would be with you. You know, your jurisdiction carries with you, but it doesn't. You know, and jurisdiction is not land-based. Because if you try and walk into an embassy in England that isn't an English embassy, say the American embassy, you can't go and quote English law in there, but the American embassy resides on the landmass of England, but inside an embassy such as the American embassy. So that goes to show you, you know, there was an incident with a lady called Anne Secoulis recently in the last year or two with the death of, I forget the poor lad's name, that she ended up ending his life through a driving accident, and she ran back to America and claimed diplomatic immunity. But the incident and the crime as it is happened on this landmass to one of English blood, but yet she was able to try to run away using the cloak of the jurisdiction of having diplomatic immunity. So it's one of those where we've learned to take everything with a pinch of salt, not believe anything, and I don't want any of you to take what I say or what Kevin or Graham or whoever wants to speak later as 100% fact. I'd like you to make notes, and I'll make this recording available later on, and make sure you all get a copy, and then you can refer to this, and you can work with us in the future as well with regards to how we look to proceed and why we proceed and what instruments and techniques and areas of law we use. English common law, and primarily we found the magic triangle window some years ago, which was introduced to us to show us that that there are positions at play and there are rights and titles you can claim, and the general public is one of the lowest rights that we all get given as part of the general public. And in the army there's a general, there's all kinds of titles in the army that pull through today. The Attorney General, in office, you have secretaries and chief in staffs and various different titles in different continents, America, Australia, Canada, England in itself. So we recognise certain things, key attributes to do with the language and the setup of common law. And in around about 1875-76, there was a merger of equity with English common law. And so there are two streams of law running parallel side by side. General English legislation, United Kingdom rules and policy, and public legislation, and then there is an optional avenue to explore, to jump across to, which is known as equity. And that is one of the highest area of English common law that we know of, that we found today. And it involves the triangle with a set law. It involves a beneficiary and a trustee. So there's three positions at play. There may be more than one beneficiary, in play, but these are due to titles and rights and property, and how you prove the rights to property at law, how you would prove that. So we look at the DVLA and these agreements that we make. Unbeknown to us, we are told that we have to register all vehicles and cars to the driver vehicle licensing agency or the driver motor vehicle agency. And what we are doing when we get the certificate paperwork back, we notice it says bold letters at the top, this document does not prove evidence of identity. So how do you prove evidence of ownership? Sorry, that's the birth certificate statement that it says at the bottom. This document for the V5 does not prove evidence of ownership. So what is it that we've done? Because we bought the vehicle for cash privately, and then we tell the seller who we are. We show maybe details of address, name, driver's license, and that part of the V5 document that the seller has gets sent off to the DVLA with the new keeper's details. So we have keepership, and the keepership is legal possessory title, and they go through and tell you that when they present the amended certificate for ownership, legal ownership and legal possessory title. We are looking for equitable title, and we need to seek equitable title and a way at law to prove that you owned that property would be to show a bill of sale. A bill of sale, you look at the Bill of Sales Act, when you do something privately and it's for a large amount of money, most of us write handwritten receipts, date, name, time, description of the item, the goods, the property that's being sold, in this case a car, a van, a pleasure craft, an iron horse. Be careful how you term this property, but if you're speaking English and not legalese, then you don't really need to worry about the implied meanings and definitions, and we would inform people such as the Chief Executive of the DVLA, you know, that what data they have and details they have may well be incorrect. And we would argue that we want full disclosure on what's happened there on the V5 registration document, and I've done some work extensively with this as well, with Kevin and Graham. They're doing some work as well on this, equally in their own right, and we look at data when companies pretending to be the government, not just the DVLA, the department or the driver vehicle licensing agency that's in association with the Department for Transport. We have the Department for Work and Pensions, and with them calling themselves departments, it makes it sound that they're like a department of the government. When you ring up the telephone lines, you hear some classical music such as Vivaldi, you know, the music of nightmares, I might add, when you're listening to it for an hour and then hang up again. But what I'm getting at is, it sounds monarchical, it sounds official, but they're not of the government. We've shown this material and strawman nature of the cage. It has been proven irrefutably, unequivocally, point blank, that there are corporations and companies in effect in the United Kingdom. The government is a corporation. The United Kingdom is a corporation. And so we have mixed jurisdictions from the corporate city of London that it's ensconced itself since about 1066, 1067, when the deal was done with William the Conqueror as the Crown of London via the Knights Templar associated Masonic orders. And then you have London Town, and London Town is separate to London City. The Queen having to ask for permission to enter London City. We've done the work, we've got all of the historical content, we've got the Dun and Bradstreet numbers, we've quoted that when corresponding to offices and agents of ministers, whoever it may well be, and they will often say, we are the government, we work with the government, for the government, we're not a private for-profit company. And the great pleasure of forwarding on the evidences that we have to prove that Mr. Boris Johnson, Mr. Rishi Sunak it can be found still is a corporation in bankruptcy. So jurisdictions of rules and policy of the United Kingdom versus the law of England. When we deal with agents, police officers, but not so much constables, mainly officers, debt collection agents, if we quote rights and law and let the officers know that at present they've taken an oath, they're here to protect the public, we don't always get hung up on the words, we don't want to aggravate situations, we'll speak generally and in plain English, and we will put our positions across. And you know, I'm David, son of Jeremita. What's your name? I don't have a name, but you can address and call me as David. We do go into it a little bit and let them know can't use rules and policy of a corporation to break the laws in Wales, and if they are going to do so, then they take that upon themselves, you know, and that responsibility. We ask for introductions always, we film always, we are polite, honourable, we come with respect, integrity, intelligence, everything we say and claim, we have evidence. We take great delight in what's called acceptance and placing the account dispute under the remit of the Office of. Now, it is correct, the Office of Fair Trading no longer exists, but their umbrella and branch of the operations of law come under the Office of Financial Conduct Authority, which I owe a great deal to Kevin and Graham and others for helping do this work. I may be here speaking at the front and the face, the governor of SPLS Pro, but it's very much a family team effort going on, works and the remedies and successes, and even the failures. We learn from them. Failures are equally as important as successes. They're not as enjoyable, and they are not as often as they were. And we've had, as I've pointed out through this introduction, and a bit of background of what we've done and how we do it and why we do it. And we did try to. It's not for us. It doesn't work for us. It's something which we're not going to talk about today on Indiglo on YouTube to talk and explain all of this. The Constitution is very well and good, and it is applicable in some instances, but when you're in the jurisdiction of a venue of a magistrate and you are viewed as being in probate and a person and the legal trustee and certain positions that you go into by assumption and presumption and default, then you can't really bring in argumentation to their admiralty. Commercial law, the commercial law itself is United Kingdom legislation, and the United Kingdom legislation, UK rules and policy of commercial law is not, that's the dual streams that I mentioned, remember, is not actually going to always win the day. We can quote acts and statutes and data protection acts and GDPR, but what we've learned to do is to use paperwork. You shouldn't really try to go to a court, we say venue because they're not administrative processes, and by extension of the court ceding itself from London, extension out into the district boroughs of, we need them at the correct, and we've taken a long time to recognise that common law is good and common law is what we use, but common law is a big umbrella and it encompasses. It used to be do no harm, injury, loss, fraudulent dealings. That's true. That's what our common law duties and obligations are. It's similar to the 10 Commandments given in the Bible, and especially the KJV 1611, which is what the law of England is based on. The proposition commercial maxims. I found the 10 maxims accompanied by biblical precept. We wonder why, and after much deliberation and research of this Christian nation, the monarch, the people giving the Queen sovereignty, the Queen giving the courts permission, the House of Lords and the Parliament and essentially the Prime Minister down to manage all of the court system. This is where we look at how the common law works and why it's imperative that we understand the jurisdictions and the laws that we are able to use, and from the legislative common law side of law to policy of the UK. When I say law, when people mention law, it's a broad umbrella. When you speak of law, which law, you need to know and you need to be able to recognise if you're in the correct level of law. So initially it will be civil and it will be a statutory public offence. And if you try to go to a magistrate and take down the whole case there and then verbally, you will have a very hard time doing so, and they will get you to deviate from it. They may even make comments as such like free man and suffering. No, if you look in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7, it will say that when God breathed the breath of life into Adama, then Adama became a living soul. So you don't necessarily have to be a Christian. I am a man that follows Hermeticism, Egyptian, Greek, from Aristotle and philosophers that forwards. You will see in the from the Bible to the law system commonalities of the historical root of where these philosophies have come from. The Romans, and the Romans obviously conquering Egypt and coming this way and creating their own, even though it's written in the history books that the Romans have left we use Roman, New Times Roman on the laptop. We use on the computer, you will see, is of New Time. The Legal Society use Newton font. I think it's number 12, and particular style type font that they have for that. So there's lots of churches around of different denominations, but we have the Church of England, and we have Catholic churches. You know, we have ministers in government. A minister belongs in the church. So we have here the fusion of church and state. So when anybody tries to argue with you or put you down or make assumptions and presumptions about free man on the land, or because we like to, as it says in Romans and Acts, it will tell you that with God there is no respect of persons. In Psalms, I think it's the 82nd Psalm, quotes, "This isn't my faith, this isn't my religion, but because the English judicial system is based on the back of the 1611 KJV, then, you know, the king that wrote that is not an honourable king if you look at it, and it was said by the Lord God that we should not change the words, and there's been lots of different versions of Bibles to suit different denominations of the churches. The Bibles in various chapters, but the 82nd Psalm says that, "Have I not said that ye are all kings?" He's quoted as saying that I and the Father are one. So because it's a Christian nation, the oath on her coronation, you know, and swore on the Bible and what she swore to do and how she was going to do that, and because it's a pathway to freedom. It's you will get indemnified by not so much preaching Christianity, but pointing out to them, if you're going to claim something and you're going to argue something, and you are going to want to evidence that competently, intelligently, and articulate it so it's clear and concise and understandable, it's the line of defence that we've had to take. You could be a Rastafari, you could be someone from the Sikh religion, Hindu, you know, we've got the three major Abraham, Christianity, Judaism and Islam that come all under, you know, you've got Abraham, they're very similar threads and lines they come from, and recognise Christ Jesus, as well as Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Allah the Prophet. So we are able to branch out to all sections of our community, no matter what particular faith they may follow, and point out that there is a pathway, and you can use this, or you can. So we've become very good at presenting ourselves via paperwork, and our paperwork precedes us. We conditionally, whenever there's a controversy created at law for whatever reason, civil controversy, remember we're always talking civil, and there is no legal advice here, I just need to let you know, but we will be able to answer and take and field many questions on these subjects. A conditional acceptance keeps you in clean hands and in honour. When a controversy is, we was told that if it's just a civil issue, ignore it and it will go away. But not everybody's in a privileged position to be able to ignore and hide. It's not ultimately the best way to proceed. So a conditional acceptance says, hello, I hear there's a claim. I would like to talk to you about this. I'm not going to admit and say, yes, I'm guilty, I will pay. I'm not going to say, no, it isn't me and I'm innocent. I'm going to take a third option and say, upon further proofs and clarification and discussion, we will be able to work through this and see if they are correct. And so that will keep you in clean hands and in honour. And we reference the crucifixion of JC as it's written in the world's greatest story. And Pontius Pilate could find no fault with JC, but he had him crucified anyway and washed his hands of him. There's doctrines that are at play, many of them. The God doctrine, the doctrine of discovery, the doctrine of parens patri. So we recognise how this system works, the Roman judicial system that we have in England today, and we put the account into serious dispute. After conditionally accepting it, the account is placed into serious dispute, or the charges are, and we require further proofs of the claim. Now, by doing means fees, levies and forfeitures from being applied, which everything gets put on hold. Then we follow the practice directions of the civil procedure rules, and we will work through the claims and validate them. Everything we do, we make sure that we send signed for second class. It's a few pounds, it's not free, but it means that in the civil court practice, section 6, part 6 of the civil CPR, civil procedure, it will mention that if you claim to have made communications with the party in a legal way, you must be able to prove it. So when you get a letter sent, or a debt collector has come and they just post correspondence and a letter, a notice through with no stamp, it's not through there's no proof that that community, or if they were to prove or to be asked to prove what they can't prove that. So, proof of service, as it's known, which is the receipt and the tracking number for those signed for, mail delivery systems. So we always make sure that every communication that we send is recorded, monitored, registered and can be backed up. Then the claimant has got the responsibility in a timely fashion, namely 2 weeks, we'll say, to respond. We give them a nudge and say, excuse me, you may have forgotten about this. We've answered your claim. We're waiting on your reply. We want to move forward with this. And the processes that I'm describing here are known as due process of the law. So we follow that. We do it to the letter of the law. And we're also sending notices, not so much letters, and then we hold them to account. They may choose to proceed and litigate and the mitigation part, but before litigation must come mitigation. And if there's failures in due process and the mitigation not been successful and they choose to proceed to a judicial venue, then they will be in what's called fault and default position. It's going to try and bring a claim in a court in a legal manner cannot have their claim acknowledged and upheld if you can prove they're in a position of fault and default. So it's very simple for me to say, in the time that it's taken me, 40 minutes there, to give you introductions and a splashdown on how and why and who and what we do and why we do that, and how we have been successful with the Department for Work and Pensions. People have been sanctioned for failure to attend work capability assessments. You're a beneficiary, you're entitled to that funding, and the lack of support and way to be on a profit-based related system, and they are trying to bring as many people as perhaps they should, despite how much money they seem to waste and flush down the toilet. We've Kevin and Graham have done some and been very successful, a very high, nearly 100%, if not 100% success rate, if it's done correctly and the communications are done correctly. Then there's been a few weeks and months, and we've held them to account. Kevin and Graham have worked with people publicly and then got into the private, and because their claim and family details and illnesses are private, but we can talk about certain things publicly, the process that they've got with regards to having a paper-based assessment. The work capability assessment is done by a healthcare worker. You may have, and people have got paperwork from consultants, but yet the healthcare worker is lower than a consultant and a doctor. And to get onto the disability, PIP and benefits that the state offer, you need to provide evidences that you're not very well and you're sick, so you provide them the necessary paperwork, GPs, and perhaps your symptoms, your illnesses are lifelong. They're not going to disappear, so you may need support for the rest of your life. Gang and club, this private organisation that are called the Department for Work and Pensions, hire it out to other agencies called Atos, Maximus, Capita, people like this, and they then are asking to do business with you and for you to have a healthcare assessment and hand your healthcare down. But I'll let Graham and Kevin speak about that later, should you wish to, or should you have any questions on that. We'll keep it light and relevant. So, sorry, that bit's muted. So yeah, the powers of attorney part is important for us to look at. If you are mentis, or you lose your memory, or you have a spell of ill health and you're unable to manage your house, your bank accounts, your debts and things like this, then who's going to do it for you? Especially, you know, if the state steps in, then, you know, with care homes, then the property is normally sold and the state step in, and even though you've saved up all your money all your life, you've bought your own property, you've got savings in the bank, and you've got a private, you know, equity to live on, the fact you've done well and you've saved for yourself means that the state will then view that as collateral and money for you to then sell that and then pay to have care. It's all backwards and wrong really, but you're not doing anything illegal, protecting your property and title rights and expressing your interest with the future, uncertain future. All right. Yeah, I've just muted it. Thank you, Albert. So that's a good thing to consider. If you don't, you would use power of attorney, someone that is in your family, a very close friend that you trust with your life. It wouldn't just be a random, you know, somebody that you hope will do good. You need to trust them, and they need to know what the responsibilities are. And often it might be good to have more than one. So if one is unavailable, the other, you know, can pick up where the other one would pick up, or they can both manage it. You know, if you've got a lot to manage, or it just makes sense really, because otherwise there is, if you look at the Wren's per tree and how the state views us, the office of public guardian comes into play. If you do take power of attorney over somebody's estate, then you might want to look at the office of public, what their remit and responsibility is with regards to guardianship. You'll notice with the language, legal system and electricity, charges, electrics, admiralty, maritime, boats on the sea, keepership, township, friendship, relationship. So these are all boats, you know, the mothership. You've got these linguistic, we call it the word root origin, which is etymological references that we've come to find with the legalese being separate to English. But the English is basically, when we're out in public in the United Kingdom, we're all in commerce and we're all conducting this. So again, you're not legally trained, you're not qualified, neither of them. We're not solicitors, barristers, attorneys, or anything like that. But we have to be aware of the deception that is, weapons of deception that is before money, currency, current, the water has a current, the river bank, you know, banks keep money in them, currency outside in nature, the river bank controls the flow of the river leading to the sea has currency in it, you know, the current in itself, money, fiat, promissory notes that we use today has a watermark through it when you hold it up, picture of the Queen and etc. That's to denote authenticity for one, but it also denotes a watermark. So again, it's recognising how to see what is going, you know, what is being at play here. The language of the Law Society, then looking at English and how English has been comprised, reduction of Latin. We used to have Latin in the English language, and that removal of Latin basically gave us a debased language, all capitalised text on letters, big red capital letters, what you must do, and you know, the lowercase, the name, how your name appears in different formats there. The American Sign Language has deemed it as a foreign language, so you have glossa on paperwork, and when we authorise paperwork, when we autonomously write a notice and we authorise it, we will do it with an autograph. These words are the words that begin with AU, the powerful words author, authority, autograph, authorised, and that is on the periodic table of elements as gold. So you know, it's again, it's tedious links, but it just shows you the levels and the commonalities that we found that are quite interesting to us. When we send a notice, we don't have to put "we are the living man, flesh and blood, the living soul," as in, you know, etc. The way that we articulate and lay down and format the notice and the language, we will often put, for the purposes of clarity and the avoidances of doubt, this is a notice. It is written in plain English. Do not convert it into legalese. Do not securitise this instrument. And then at the bottom, it may well have got by, just the little letters, hardly any capitals in there. I know it looks juvenile, and me being dyslexic and, you know, others in the society saying you've written this wrong because doesn't conform to the standard English narrative and format that we're used to. Why haven't it? Looks like a child's written it, but we've sent, and Kevin has got evidences of this as well. We've sent notices to offices, all lowercase, and it's been accepted, recognised, heard, and responded to as it needed to be. So it isn't a negative. It doesn't have a negative impact on the way that it gets received and written. And then at the bottom, to authorise it, it will say by, little letters, BY, a dot and a dot above each other, full colon, and then I put David, all lowercase, and that's it. And that will do. And you can put beneficiary, settlor, principal, things like this, rather than just a signature, because, and to round up and to give you guys a break, and then, you know, we'll get back into it. A noun, an object, a thing in English linguistics and correct grammatical style. A name starts with a capital letter, and a name is a noun, and a noun denotes an object or thing. So it doesn't matter that you may have forgotten the teachings of English literature and language at school. We're in the United Kingdom primarily, and we are doing business, and we're doing legal business, and after the age of 18 we become legally responsible as an adult, an adulterer. I know you're not adulterers, but the origin of the word adult, and we have to recognise the dangers that we've been in and the legal business that we've been doing in commerce. Whenever you sign anything, you ask a signature, and a signature, much like a name, is starting with the capital letter and then the squiggles, however you do your signature. But the point is, it has a capital letter and then it has lowercase for the signature, which adds the legal authority, whereas an autograph, all lowercase, is not signature. So it's a quick little loophole. Whenever you're doing anything legal and you're a bit unaware of it, or you think it might not ultimately be in your benefit, a job application, a bank loan, things like this, benefits from the government, entitlements from the government, you can sign. In place of a signature, you can autograph and use all lowercase, and later on, if anybody comes back to you and tries to hold you to account to the terms and conditions within that may or may not have been breached, or that come up for some reason, you can say that it doesn't legally stand, it isn't legally authorised, because you actually authored it as, and that's a way of denoting autonomy. Autonomous, we have bodily autonomy. You'll have seen over the last 2 years with the vaccine campaigns, they're trying to coerce members of society to accept the offer of an experimental vaccine, and they're doing so with coercion and asking you, forcing you to give up your bodily autonomy, your individual private sovereignty, to some extent, by saying if you don't do this, then you may not be able to work for the NHS now because we need you to. I'm just saying, you know, it's what's been in the news, and people have been forced to make decisions, and if they had certain amounts of knowledge and they could hold their employers and the ones that make the government, the health department count, they would have maybe made a bit more progress than what they had. They seem to have been sacked or accepted the offer for the vaccination. And we're not here today to split hairs on that. We can later on, but yeah. Have we got any questions or any comments on anything that I've said so far? Or are you all following, and is it okay?
Yeah, no, I just want to say, when you're using admiralty and maritime, is it just interchangeable words? It's not one the same thing? Or is it one phrase sort of meaning? Or I
can't give you the exact verbatim breakdown of it now. maritime, and admiralty is the law of the sea that governs the international waters there and vessels upon it and how they do their business and how they're recognised. And it's a seaworthy merchant bankers, merchants of Phoenicia, comes all the way back, and I'll paraphrase, but the likes of Jordan, Maxwell, Santos Panacci, and some other thought leaders on YouTube, and they went into the darker occult side of the historical conceptualization of law and trading and merchant traders, the Vatican City, the black nobility, the grey nobility, the red nobility, the different types of popes, languages, dictionary, definitions are found in the dictionary, and the Phoenicians, Hebraic text, the Bible being written, the ancient text leading up to, other texts and scripts is from Phoenicians, which is why you have phonetics. The sound is phonetically given to you, and you have definitions, the deaf Phoenicians, and so it was written down, and it comes all the way back from Phoenicia, Italy, black nobility, Tyre, battles, falling out, black nobility moving to Venice, Venetians, Venice is the city on the water. Again, it's kind of complicated, but we have all of this in the domain and in our publications for you to find out. And if you message us or get in touch with us or in the domain in Telegram, on Facebook, we can repost this for you to follow, cognitively. But then we look at the law of the land. We talk of common law, which is the law on the land of which we operate to in the private as men and women, as living souls. In commerce, it will always be merchant traders, merchant bankers, maid. So of the sea, maid, lady. So lady of the sea, merchant. You know what I mean? So merchant, chant. A chant is like a song, musical. Sea traders, common law, land-based law, different to the sea. And then with the introduction of trust, that belongs in the air. So we go from sea, merchant, admiralty, maritime, to the land, common law, to the air, which has got trust in it primarily. When we went to Liverpool to help Thomas and Sarah with all the media coverage, we've got Liverpool Hospital at Alderhay. We spoke to them and we asked him if he would grant the right of passage through the whole before we need to be aware I expressed the need for help, and they've asked us to come down and to look at them to be able to get their baby to the Vatican City. They allegedly had got a second citizenship for Alfie Evans from the Vatican City, and they had the Vatican City air transport, military Vatican helicopter or something at John Lennon Airport ready to take Alfie, if we could get him out of the hospital, to John Lennon Airport, I believe that's what it is, to Vatican, to get him out of the jurisdiction and to get the mum and dad some treatment which would have been more beneficial than what they seemed to be getting there and then. And so the padre, Italian man, tall, thin, dark, dressed all in black, 10:30 at night, we did a crowd raise, a fundraiser, got 200 and something pound together. It was about near enough a 400-mile round trip at the last minute, on the spur and a whim of the mum and dad that had been given our details from various Facebook groups and YouTube supporters, and we asked him to grant safe passage, rites of passage through the holy seas. That belongs in the air. Like when you talk of trusts and you talk of beneficial to a trust, to a last will and testament, they're called heirs, but it is spelled H-E-I-R-S, A-I-R-S. But phonetically, the Phoenicians, the deaf, it sounds the same. If I say heir, you don't know which spelling of heir I'm talking about till you hear the rest of the sentence. So heirs to an estate would be spelled Heirs, and the air that we breathe in and out is spelled AR, but you can't determine till you see or hear the context. So within language we have the text, we have the subtext, and we have a context in there as well within the language of English. So the Admiralty Maritime Commercial Merchant UK rules policy and sections of the court what you will go into, but your paperwork, conditional acceptance, accounts into dispute, the way that you sign off, your acknowledgement with the operation of law due to the letter of law as given in the civil procedure rules, the practice directions, keeping clean hands, staying in honour, getting the claimant into fault and default is the way to. We don't always fixate. We used to fixate a lot when we're going into a judicial venue, and we would say, I demand to see your oath. Are you under your oath of office today? I demand to see the bond. Who will indemnify me if I am damaged? And we was going in angry, not so much angry, but with a vexation, with a hostile type interaction. Whereas now it's more, I refer you to my paperwork. If you require further clarification, it's all in there. We don't really need to say very much. Who are you? What is your name? I am not a name. I am called David. My mother called me David. We are a party. I am David, son of Jeremita. I have my person with me, David Jeremita. I can present my person, which is the birth certificate, and formally enter the commercial body of Mr. David Jeremita into the court to be dealt with regarding these matters. So if you've also taken the time to effectively administrate your estate, and by estate you know what that means now, with property, possessions, land, houses, bank accounts, money, antiques, bullion, whatever, all of the above, then you've protected that within trust technology. And if you work with us and you look at the content I've got on YouTube with regards to equity and trust, and you look elsewhere and do your independent research, and you buy publications of which I've got for you to look at later there, you will use the common law of England and Wales, and you will use the propositions of equity to uphold that. And we have case law from Lords, case law from landmark cases, precedent cases, international cases, stick to England, and with regards to trusts and how trusts work, and how equity, whenever a trust is formed, equity is the legal architecture and the propositions of equity that govern how that trust is managed and works, and holds the trustee to account to manage it, as he should, as well as the expression of trust and the trust instrument. Not all trusts are written down, so there is obviously the verbal trust, there are implied trust, there are written trust, there are testamentary trust, there are constructive trust, there are resulting trust. Each trust has its own particular place and use. But private express trusts, they don't require any written, authority as such. They can just be given by the positions that are at play. So often, a last will and testament, a testator will say what properties, certainties come into play for trust. The certainty of intention. Do you want to set a trust up? Is a trust what you are looking to do? The certainty of subject matter. What is it that you're putting into the trust? And it needs to be uniquely and specifically identifiable. There cannot be any doubt on what is in the trust. It needs to be easily identifiable and unique to it, so it can't be confused with anything else. And then the certainty of would like to nominate, to receive, and be holding the equitable title. So gives the title, the legal title, to the trustee, and then he gives, or she gives, the equitable title to the beneficiary. So the settlor has split titles to the property, and the trustee has duties to the beneficiary and must follow them as given by the settlor, and beneficiary, the equitable title, who receives that, on behalf of the trustee for a private trust, and in the middle of the triangle would be the property, and that would be known as the trust res. So that's all incorporated within the last will and testament, and you need to word and form your last will and testament in such a way that there's no precatory words, I think is the correct term they use there, the vocabulary of the legal law society specific. We're not trained in that, but they will allow us to have some room of manoeuvre. A court of equity is nothing like a magistrate's. It will be located in London, and it will be a higher court and a court of equity which is given permissions from the Lord Chancellor in which to recognise and deal with inequitable matters. That's not Mr. Rishi Sunak, who's the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Mr. Chancellor of the Exchequer, this goes back to the Kings from William the Conqueror onwards, and the King's Bench, and in days gone by and still today, if you didn't get a satisfactory verdict result at a court, you could appeal the King, and the King would hear your plea and decide how the case or the pleadings would go. And the King would sometimes, often later on, travel around the country, and he would have a bench and sit on a bench and hear things, which is why it's called the King's Bench. Previously, hundreds of years ago, the Lord Chancellor was somebody in the church who was there as well, so there was some kind of balance between the monarchy and the church and the people. It's somewhat evolved since then, and we look at the crowns and the various crowns that are at play: the Crown Prosecution of London, the crown on Elizabeth's head, and then the papal crown coming from Vaticano City, which has its links from the Vatican to London City and the Crown of London. And obviously the Queen is the lowest of the three crowns, believe it or not, and she's not the Queen of England, and she's the monarch of the UK. So we've done our history, we've done our work, and I won't be able to answer everything. You see, I'm trying my best, and I don't have a script, so, you know, anything else that we're unsure about or that we can't give you now, we can't explain, I will give to you later. And there's options of looking at an actual fully pledged legal will that's been a solicitor, and we've got some books and paper and trust actually by a professor of a university, so it's no stealing from other YouTube channels, it's not building hunches. We have supporting case law and precedents to back up everything with, and a good example of that is case law called Paul, where I believe Constant, I don't know which way around it is now, but I believe we'll say Paul, Mrs. Paul is the wife, and Mr. Constance is they would have the same name. Mrs. Paul is his partner, and Constance is the man who's with her, and they split up, and then he finds another relationship, and he with this new lady creates bank, and later he unfortunately passes away, and the original partner Paul wants to challenge the left new partner and say that the account with the bingo winnings in is duly hers because the partner first. And the courts look at it when they're looking at the estate and the will, and what's left. Constance didn't know he was setting up a trust by creating a bank account expressly for him and his new lady to put their bingo winnings in. And they mentioned when they were talking together about the fund, the bank account, spending it, access to it, there was a conversation that went something like, the money is not mine, it is yours, and it's in this bank account to be held for benefit. So when the courts looked at it, they were arguing which of the two ladies is duly, rightfully, entitled to the proceeds of that bank account. They argued that there wasn't a certainty of intention there, and I said trusts require three main things to be valid: certainty of intention, objects, and subject matter. First of all, we've got a little paradox here with trust law demanding or dictating that when a trust is set up, you need to know that you're setting a trust for it valid. But because, and these aren't my words, this is the case law from the Paul versus Constance, it might be something like 1977. I've got the case law to hand if you need it. You'll find if you do a quick search we've made on our equity core, we've got consider enrolling on. It said the actions and what was done and how it was done, that equity is the soul and the spirit of the law, whereas law and legislation, constitution and other, contract law, tort law, employment law are all very much black and white, and it's either yes or no. Well, when there's argumentations to not so clear cut, then the equity side of the law is complementary to common law, and it supplements the failings of common law. So the presiding judge, who I haven't got the name of now, said, well, it looks like we could say within equitable terms, within the soul and the spirit, that this bank account was created solely for these two to have access to their beginnings and to spend it equal, and both to have equal access to it. And so therefore we will say that it will be viewed that a trust was set up for them by themselves, joint beneficiaries. He set the bank account up on behalf of him and his new partner. The money was viewed as much hers as his, and so in this instance we can add commentary and say that this is a type of express private trust here, and that the first partner has got no rights to that. So it's one of them where equity is something which we've got quotes from. It's not Blackstone, but I'll talk you through that. So equity is something is there for remedy, but if you don't know it exists, much like if you don't know your rights, then you won't ever hardly hear of it. You'll only ever hear of equity in financial terms, which is relating to equity within a mortgage and a property, which is it's in the Bible. There is a story of, and this is where we come in and our work and like that to try to fill understand this. When we talk of equity and trust, there are legal equity and trust, and there is lawful equity and trust, and there would be Mosaic equity and trust. So again, it stems in jurisdiction. In John, somewhere in John, I'm not a Bible scholar, I'm just someone that remembers stuff and helps to keep the flow, but it's there for you to find should you wish to search for it. There's a lot of information and a lot you can hear and see, what we've done and what we do, and it's not a one-man job. It's just I'm here to help and to give an insight into complex legal and lawful areas, civil areas of which to threaten you and to work through and to provide further information if you need. So clean hands. He who seeks equity must do equity. He who comes into equity must come with clean hands. John, Jesus coming upon a gathering of men that were about to stone a lady for breach of the common law of the land at the time. And as Jesus walks up, he says to what's going on, paraphrasing, this isn't a recital of the chapter and verse, and he wants to know what the issue is. The men have deemed her guilty, and by the law of the land they can stone her to death. And there's a quote in the chapter there that says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." And they all, in the story, this is, I wasn't there at the time, but as it is written, they all leave because not one of them is all of them have committed sin, not one of them is pure. So if you are bad and you are sinful, as it is written in the Mosaic terminology and vernacular, you don't have the right to judge anybody else because you're just as guilty in other ways as the person you're trying to judge. So in a nutshell, equity, that he wasn't, the common law of the land said if you've done something wrong you're duly right to be stoned, but then Jesus comes in, the mystical teachings of Jesus Christ come in and show you that there is an option to have another area of law put in, but if you don't know of it or you don't invoke it, then it won't come to your aid. there's maxims of equity that you would need to look at as well. The maxims of equity. I mentioned the 10 commercial maxims and biblical precepts of commercial law, of the Law Society. Within equity, there are, I think, 20 propositions of equity that supersede common law, but equity is within the common law, so try to keep the thread with the dual streams. One of those other maxims is that equity will not allow a statute to be used as a cloak to commit fraud, where the rulings of common law and those of equity shall prevail. So these are all very powerful measures of which you can look to employ, and you would need to discover equity with us. We have, for a £50 donation, started a second round of our trust course. We have I've presented videos on my YouTube account, Indiglo, which talk you through equity, and I've just gone through the first 3 videos relating to the certainty of object in those teachings and within the coursework from Professor Alistair Hudson and a man known as Richard Ansar, son of Ansar, and his presentations there. It is all out there for you to discover and you know. I think having a breather, letting go to the toilet, have a think about it. Here till 6 p.m. and there's a medium, a moderate, you know, a size amount of you. So I think we can get through what we need to get through and have a productive day. But I don't want to overdo it, and I want. If we come back, say about 1 o'clock, yeah, is that good?
Yeah.
And we'll carry on until 6, but we'll just have little breaks and we'll see how we need to proceed. Thank you very much, and well done, give yourselves a...
He didn't finish the story about the baby.
Of the baby?
That's one of my questions to ask you.
Evans. No, right. I was just asking. Yeah, go on.
Then can I also...
Yeah, go on.
This kind of program has kind of made people like despise the Vatican, but ecclesiastical law is kind of mixed in there, but you sought the help of the Vatican, and that confused me slightly.
No, I didn't. The family members sought the help. Alfie's mum and dad, what did I say, Thomas and Sarah Evans, they had sought, because they was at the mercy of the Crown Court at the time. They had gone, because they were told the baby, go near their baby. The baby was in hospital, it was having treatment done to it. They didn't have the rights that they thought they had. They were seeking the rights. So for some reason, I don't know how it happened, allegedly, this is all mostly hearsay, and you know, I was there. I can't use, but I was told, and it was printed in the newspapers, it was all over the mainstream media and news. There must have been a house, and I didn't go in front of it was me and Andy went round the back, booted and booted, went straight to the back doors to meet the parents and chat with Ray. And the story of Alfie is, the Padre went away after we talked to him, made a phone call to the consulate or somewhere in Westminster, or somewhere, I don't know what authority he would report to, and he came back and he said, it was on standby with permission from the Vatican City and the military department, or the Vatican City Air Defence Department had got air transport ready at John Lennon Airport if we could get. But if that was the case and there was a Padre there, why didn't the Padre step in and assume absolute title and right over the state and say, with ecclesia law, canon law, and with regards to the higher law of trust and equity, an ecclesia, step in and say to the police and the courts and the judges and the United Kingdom judicial system, Home Office, Secretaries of State, Attorney Generals and that should have taken superiority, because here we are, a merger of the church and the state. He should have been able to, if requested with the correct terminology, given the rights of passage through the Holy Seas to get him to the airport, to get to the hospitals in Italy where he allegedly had a second citizenship granted to him. So I don't know if this was a public stunt, or if this was just a real incident that went horribly wrong, or if this was something that none of it makes sense, and none of it happened as it should do, and it was absolutely heartbreaking. It was one of the most awful things that we've been involved with.
You can probably blame me for it.
Why?
I brought it then.
Yeah, I can't remember, Albert, but it was amazing.
I was raising the thing.
So yeah, sorry, I do that sometimes. I deviate from the subject and forget what I've left, but yeah.
But after, if you look at the name Alfie Evans,
Yeah.
how crazy is it that that's an anagram of Save a Life?
I know, yeah, we don't. If it was genuine, if it started off genuine and got turned into, but write some titles to children. This is another good reason why you should consider powers of attorney. I had a lady email me saying her husband was in hospital and the hospital recommended X and Y and Z for treatment. The wife didn't agree. The wife argued with the hospital and the hospital said, no, we take superiority. We have power of attorney over your husband. She said to me, is there anything there? I said, it's a bit late now because of what's happened and where you are, but yes, there are things that you could do, that you could have done previously, and if you could have provided a signed, authorised document of powers of attorney assigned to you, registered and notified to the state that you have them assigned powers of attorney as his wife, then you would have been able, within the remit of the various public officers, to take that and hold them to account, and you would have had authority over medical treatment. But actually at the time, when it was, she just emailed me saying, what could I have done, and I was very upset to hear and see that. But these are the reasons when I meditate on things later, I'm thinking, how do we help people, what's best information to give, what's practical, what will help, what will work, and why are the reasons why we would.
In their legal world then.
Now the Office of Public Research are the office which they're the office that you notify within the government that assigned powers of attorneys have transpired, and until you do so, I believe that the state has them through the birth certification registration process, and then later in life when we're 18 and we become legally responsible, we're a public legal person, an adult of 18, the Office of Public Guardianship, because it looks like mum's abandoned us, and as mum is named as the informant on the birth certificate, inform means to give up, and to inform on somebody is to give somebody up in a nutshell. So it looks like through undisclosed contracts that we're unaware of, and agreements and trading titles and positions there, the Cester KV comes into play of the 1500s, the 1666 to 1707, abandoned, dead, lost at sea, etc. Again, it looks like that these the doctrine of parens patri comes into play. It looks like these are the legal ways of which we are deemed as of the state, public legal persons operating as a public legal person, and with such as a subject to the state, you have very limited rights as a Mr. and Mrs. Compared to some as a diplomat's wife, or a lord, or an ambassador, a minister, president, lairds and things like this. They tear up in someone that's knighted by the Queen. What is that? And a sir, so then they get elevated titles, so it depends what title you claim. I have a title, Mr. David Jeremita, but I don't claim that. I'm very seldom known, go by it. I sometimes by ambulance, paramedics, hospital treatment, you're going to benefit from that. But to benefit from it in other ways, asks you and says, hello, are you Mr. Whoa, who are you? Where are you calling from? What's the nature of your call? Slow it right down, and if it's not going to be a benefit to you, I'm sorry, Mr. or Miss Occupier in office, I'm the executive of the estate and trust, how can I help you? Oh no, I need, what's your date of birth? Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith? What? I don't have a date of birth, I have a surname, but I'm born on, in 1978, I have a born day, I don't have a birthday, you know, what is date of birth? I don't have a surname, I have a family name, but I have my person with me. Oh, can I speak to? No, because he's a legal dead entity in the, you know, sheet of paper. Companies are denoted by paper. A company doesn't really exist. It might have a head office, but it doesn't have a physical form. It's a legal entity that's registered and has a number and exists solely on paper or digitally through Companies House. So companies deal with companies, and people aren't legally trained and they don't understand what you're saying and how you're saying it.
So can I ask you then, so do you think that paying the money to the Office of the Guardian to put down what your wishes are in hospital isn't a good idea then?
I don't know if you pay any money. I haven't had dealings with them. Yeah, you might need to pay an administrative. Well, ring them up and send an email. Ask them what they do and say, if I assign powers of attorney to family members or friends, I've expressed the last will and testament, do I need to notify you, and how would I do so?
Because I just understand that they only listen to, they'll only take note of that legal document, and you have to be a legal entity in hospital because you're in a corporation. That's how I read it.
No, you can assign powers of attorney anytime and to anybody, no matter your position or situation, and for future unforeseen eventualities of which you may not be, as they say in legal Latin speaking, compos mentis. You might lose your mind, you might get Alzheimer's, you might slip on ice and bang your head and have temporary amnesia. So therefore the civil legal system and your bills and debts and liabilities are going to carry on. So there are mitigating circumstances, but trying to deal with you and help you, then the state will take over, and often we find it's detrimental to our well-being. So the Office of Public Guardian, contact them, send an email. I've done my research and I'm knowing about our private administration, you see, and managing things privately and cutting the state out of it, taking their assumptions and presumptions and undoing some doctrines and moving it to the private. A last will and testament stops you from going to court into probate and things like this. Probate, wills and probate. Intestacy is the rulings of wills and probate and things like this. So there's a wills and probate, or you have a prosecution and things. So it's just effective estate administration for protection against legal incursions on us for duties and liabilities, or estate management in forms of, and managing it privately with ourselves and our own resources, rather than leaving it to departments of, you know. Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll let you get a break there. Sorry.
That's all good.
Sorry, I couldn't
You're welcome.
I'm going to make a nuisance of myself today, asking questions.
No, that's good. That's what we're here for. That's exactly what we're here for. We'll go through some documents and we'll take questions and see what you're here for. Hello to the new ladies that arrived. Uncertain talk what the liabilities are. Well, I'm slightly autistic. I don't know if it's autism, but yeah, Asperger's. I have
So there are limitations on benefit from this. I could have been a lot better.
Yeah, it's a long journey. Common law, going around watching any massive videos.
Are you going to the box to get something? Yeah.
That's not exclusively nothing to do here. Legislation. Yeah, it's been a long time, honestly, but you stick at it and you stick to what's relevant and what you need, and then you pull it from the rest.
I mean, I've done the rabbit hole thing with conspiracy and conspiracies, but like even just with this software,
I've got to pause this recording. Sorry.
David, is Stephen here?
No, he said he tried to make it. He said he's got a lot on, but he said he might not be able to make it. He'll try it. Yeah, you get it another time. Yeah, get some refreshments. We've got some silver water, magnesium water there. Put in the t-shirts and your payment account on the website if you need them. That's all just extra stuff should you want, should you wish. So you can look through those if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah, the books we use and the authors and yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, through that door to the right and just go to look at you and you'll come back round. All right. You're very well.
Most of them will try it, but if you've got real then the only way they can get it is peaceful. They can't smack the book. It's no, it belongs to someone like Stephen. There's nothing to do even with like the transfer Stephen, people like that. Yeah, there's no gas in our house, David. It's just oil, so they can't get in on our house. It's just electric. I said to I told them, you know, we have no contract, there's been no meeting in the mine, etc. You know, very close. And we changed the building to our meter, and we wish you more. Which you can do currently. Yeah, there's no short Yeah, you have to have 8 metres, but it doesn't go 5 metres. Exactly. And then charge them, sorry, for storage. And it doubles every 2 weeks. Could you charge them for storage? You could do, I suppose. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You might as well just put your own in, take theirs out, charge them storage, they'll never collect it anyway, and just make sure it feels nice and big every 2 weeks it doubles. And now they owe you more than you owe them. I've got them at home.
Warrant out for my event. Yeah, free. Asking a country more. About 50. It was a tiny little kind of and that made it so council somewhere paid for originally, and yours was paid.
It's only commercial they're supposed to pay. So it's just because the mineral wealth and exchange rate for the dollars. But then they sold it off. Electricity is made in the air for God's sake, isn't it? It's around us, isn't it? Because now you see I've got the book that the guy in my portfolio. No, it's supposed to work for me. I was in Grimsby. He did law for a building, he did but anyway, he wrote a book, and he's like, it's a big operation. I wrote the book, and I'm yet to actually use it. But I don't know whether any of it's writing there about the promissory notes, how to write a promissory note. Everything is
did say, if I remember correctly from his email and stuff, you know, John, can I do it? So I've only got myself.
It's in food, and I said, oh, well, it's a social talk about something. I'll be able to get something, don't worry about it. She went, are you sure it don't take 2 minutes? I was running around trying to get there. I said, well, if you insist. And she packed me like sandwiches.
Lovely. Yeah.
I said, oh, I'm about to be able to get a packet of chips or something. She said, no, it wasn't really.
No, there isn't a crisps. Nice and sunny. You can probably take it long.
Quite a long time. Yeah. Do you want any of mine?
Oh, I'm cool at the moment.
You sure?
Yes.
Let me know, there's a banana and I've got some dark grapes and some wine grapes. I know when I packed my own little bits, then she went, oh, this is for you. So, and tomatoes and bread and that, so you're welcome to
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, no, I only found this in probably 6 months ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. About 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I have signed up to his, but I need to, I don't know, somebody, on the one hand, it's so specific, the concept, but on the other hand, it's so challenging, especially in the products and
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah. Every time I've spoken to them, or be able to jump easily from one to the other. Like it says, use that beneficial skill and use that. Yeah, I'm sure they will come in. That gets sucked in everywhere. That rubbish.
Which a bit down the road and a bit more.
Oh, that's lovely. The next time we break, I'll
Okay.
Where we come from, Nigel from College.
Oh my gosh, where's that?
Oh, right. Not too far from me. I'm kind of Richmond. Yes. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we're allowed to eat it in here.
Yes. Well, I'm not going to say it.
We won't drink it.
Hello. I am tempted. Yeah, I will. I'm sure it's coming. Yeah. Yes.
Chris.
So because of the religious family, and Jordan.
Hello, where do you go? You didn't have long, so you have to rush off.
Oh, yes, I know, the Romney, yes.
So you find it about?
He knows what he's talking about. He's very
Good thing is that. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Have you done much of that?
No.
Because that's what people work on.
Yeah, I know, I'm having
Is an affidavit of truth. So it's basically stating you want to live a person,
Yeah. See, never not the phrase really literally, was it?
that's all, yeah.
It says, do not call yourself a human.
Yes, yeah. I wouldn't call myself. I did say that about the human. No, I was saying about the human. Human, yeah, cool. Yeah, so.
They're all vanishing. You're finding it good?
Definitely. Because I had it there already, but
We're within the M25.
so clarification. I have everything that I need. So, this is for any company. You want to send it out, whatever. If it's like, I don't know, council tax or whatever, I'm just putting it on paper. Oh, this is what I am. So really, they need to robust it with your card, you know, and you also follow the process.
Yeah.
So there's like a timeline, so you fall within those timelines. How far was the shop? Is it? How far was the shop?
A mile.
Yeah, definitely.
I wasn't aware. The problem really dropped as to how
What we got there?
I wasn't really. No one agreed explained
And now I'm talking about
in a way
we did
I
have
understand.
information request.
So even though
We got the information.
They access request.
Yeah, remember if they sent us some else's information? I was telling Albert, and he said, yeah, you can let them know and send them the form, or you could just write to them and say, we're going to send it ICO. Because basically they broke
Oh, your honor. Great back corner.
research, I found a couple of
So I like that. I'll get one eventually.
Not today. Can't get one today, but I will.
Yeah, not today, maybe not today. But definitely get one.
he really sort of dissects the Bible and basically says and link to someone else. From there, and so pay this page. So let go.
We're done with Kevin, right? I don't know, I think it's snuck off with Michael maybe.
Don't like it.
Yeah, I'm chopping off on it.
So the music. I am.
This thing that he's saying, I'm
Yeah, I am.
Well, if you go to, I'm not sure which one it's up to, learning to just thought a second. Before you start the procedures, you say, the judge. Can you see a woman?
Them out there. Yeah, right.
Do you see a woman?
But I guess that's not going to fall into their jurisdiction. They're not recognising it as man or woman. That would only be the higher court. So if you go to the higher court, it's in the colours where they recognise you as a
But you have to get it in first.
yeah, you have to say,
Get that in first before they start anything.
well, yeah, I think that would make sense. Everything out, yeah. There's things that they try and maneuver around and trip you up.
It's all very well saying that, but I bet you, if I got into a court, I'd be a gibbering wreck and didn't really know what to say.
But sometimes when you got your paperwork in place, there's not much.
Concentrate on it, just don't push on it.
Understand?
Something good anyway.
Decision, not like trust law. When you create the trust, you should use any capital letters.
You shouldn't.
Include the dates within the union trust. That includes the date within the union trust title.
Because you can get on, you can follow 20 people, and some of them are graduates, and some of them are then you are helping.
I'm on fish, Chris. I'm on fish. I'm on fish.
Yeah, same.
Yes. 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 No.
Oh, look at this. Sorted. Sounds nice. Is it alright, is it? Yeah, I bought up a lot of that. Yeah. There might be some, you can have some of this.
No, I'm alright, brother. Thank you. That's nice of you. Really kind of you.
Because I've been away
See, like the equity is so important.
Equity. Right, you finished?
No, I'm not.
How are you, Luke? Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm going to have to ring you later because I'm in a meeting. Yeah? You sound lively. I'll ring you later, right? Oi, there's a football on now. What's the latest score? Any? Okay, alright, speak to you later, bro. Alright, darling. Hi, how are you? I'm good. Yeah. Okay. What you adjustments? Okay. Okay. Alright then. Well, let me ring you later because I'm in. Right. Yeah.
Yes, you can't. Yeah, no, you couldn't. Yes. Yeah. So, you know, it is. I mean, that's what we need is there for this one. Which the long road, the wine road, this is the numbers, is that they work with, you know,
Yeah, it's just there. Supersedes.
It's here, isn't it? Equity's here.
It's in the air. I was talking about it.
Oh, he did. Next that's a bit of an exchange, isn't it? So I'll see about commerce.
I'm just trying to find this website, Indiglo. I can't find it anywhere.
Their website.
Yeah, Indiglo. Where is it? I think it's mentioned in.
When he gets in, could ask.
What's it called?
Part of any British brand likes excellence, quality and integrity.
Is it SPLS Pro?
Yeah.
Sovereign Paralegals.
There it is. Sovereign.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Paralegal. Do you sort of know each other all of you?
Only through the group.
Oh, this is not the first time you've met.
Of course, no, I'll pop into the very first one. Sorry?
How long ago was that?
Too many years.
Oh, yes, okay.
David suggested about 4 years.
Sort of looking into life reminds me of Steve. He got married about 4 years ago. It's been quite hard to find information on.
Well,
You know, the right places to go.
that's exactly my question I'm going to pose to you.
I'm looking for his Indigo. I can't find out on the phone.
That's a UK
How do you spell it?
INGO.
I-N. Indigo. Got my everything there. So when I get in, I'm like, I'm not alone. You got Chris Brown. That's sort of parallel.
Just the words.
We'll get going in a minute, alright?
Yeah, no.
Well, I don't know what it is. It could be it's either the land legal or it could be corporation.
There's no way for them to or they try to push through your word and use the kids.
Okay, I found it.
And then subscribe and
Because basically, if you offer £1 to their 1,000, whatever it is, as long as you've written £1 some search means
Right then, we'll start if that's all right, and we'll wait for the others. We'll just talk generally a minute, then I'll pop out. We'll let them know. They'll pick up that we've started again. Have all of you got access to my YouTube outlet of Indiglo?
We just found out, we were just discussing that, we couldn't find it, we just found it now.
Have you?
Indiglo.
That's the one, yeah. It was Indigo Child, but then I just had a rethought and thought of I talk a lot, as you may or may not know and notice. I like to talk, and the chakras with the indigo, violet, as it goes, it's around about here, thinking, meditating, speaking. So
one more thing, this SPLS Pro.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what that should mean? So can I find that one here?
The history of yes, I will. So when after the court and the children and everything, like what happened then, I set a Facebook group up called Cyber Solicitors initially, and after some weeks or months with that, I called it Sovereign Solicitors. And then realising I'm not a solicitor and I don't sell my body and I don't solicit anything, especially as it's commonly known with working men and women, and then called it Sovereign Paralegals, because we are basically operating legally and we are contrasting legal claims to find lawful remedy. So SPLS is an abbreviation of Sovereign Paralegals, Sovereign Paralawfuls, that's what we are. So the website domain is www.
Uppercase?
It's little letters will do. Yeah, if you put in the 3 W's and splsro.com, that's our private educational trust where it's basically like a repository. People have come along and expected to find a service from me or from the site, but I haven't. I'm working 50 hours a week. I'm just a simple warehouse man, ex-DJ, originated from a council estate. I've got
Well, we're all the same,
no time to. I would love to if we got some resources, or if we found some particular members of faith that had resources that could perhaps contribute and build up, so then we could have myself, Kevin, Albert, whoever, admin-wise. Other people, are welcome to come if they've got resources and ability to help and knowledge that can be shared. Then I'll do have those resources to some kind of pro bono service. We don't sell, we would take a donation at the end of a successful result. That's pro on, doesn't it, and do it for free, confident in your worth, and you know it. If you've got success, prosecution, remedy, continuation, then you would from the schedule and hopefully, you know, a donation across the times of the percentage of the money people had saved for, and that would be a road that we could explore as well. So we're doing everything at the minute, and I've created because the public has liabilities, as you've come to find and know of, and going out to the dangers and liabilities. I'm not saying that we need to be honourable with this dishonourable, deceptive, heartless, soulless legal system that it's very hard to keep face and be justice that we're seeing. So injustice, left, right and centre. We're seeing the executives of the UK government breaking their own ministers, branded as bullies, liars, cheats, thieves. You know, I'm not making things up. Even to the monarchy, with the £12 million payout from one of the princes, allegations to the monarchy, to the government, and then unfortunately we're at the bottom of the pit, and we are, you know, ones that pick up the pieces and pay the cost of everything. So we have to privately, and I don't want to be giving the enemy the information of which we're going to use to bring them down in our own private capacity. So it did take me a while to realise that I need to elect and the establishment operate with, and that is like a military operation and in the private. Even down to such things as visitors at the door, team to agents, and that we've got notices of removal of implied rights of access, trading standards, backed signs that say no canvassers, no cold sellers at the door. I'll get to you then, one minute, and I'll let you ask the question. And if anybody comes to your door unannounced, then if you can even say it if you haven't got the signs, you just say visitors are seen strictly by appointment only. It's not a convenient time for me to let the TV licensing man in, or who's coming canvassing, knocking, asking for some kind of business. You would say, here's a phone number, here's an email, or see my signs there, the removal of rights of access. I've displayed visitors are seen strictly by appointment. You know, perhaps I can come tomorrow and we'll pick it up there. How would you like that? You know, but I'll be there sometime between 9 and 6. So it's just about these kind of things. The private offers protection. See the people out there taking works that we've done. I'm not trying to sell for thousands of pounds, and we're being judged, I'm being watched, you're being watched, whether you know it or not. It's scientifically proven through the double slit experiment and the photons that were fired that act as particles and waves at the same time, but they're either particles or waves, but when they're watched they remain a particle, or and when they're not watched they go from a particle to a wave. So it's very interesting, the realm that we live in, and our duties and obligations and honourability to one another, and not everybody is as honourable or, you know, as clean as what they should be, and to profit. Much like money, Jesus getting angry, it's not very often you see in the book, in the story, where Jesus gets angry. And one time where he gets angry is with the money changers in the house of God, and he ends up kicking them out. And he says usury, lending people that are desperate money and then asking for more money than what you lend and making profit of helping someone that's basically in the shit. That's wrong. Get out now, you know. So again, it's all, it takes a bit for me. You know, there's no actual plan as such. I operate on instinct and intuition and what the demand is and what's practical to do, but I don't mind sharing with you in the private, with our website members, our Telegram group, and what we do in the public is limited.
What's the Telegram group?
If you, we have to, if you go to the domain, the private domain there, and you click the blue F, you will find our free Facebook public trust. We have a public open Telegram chat group, And then if you are kind enough to support us by creating a profile on splspro.com, the private website, we have an exclusive private Telegram chat that's only for the supporters that are in the website. And I would say that do that for you. The rabble. Guys, we're starting again. I'll just let you know. Come in, I'll close the door. Shut up. Can't close the doors. I'm talking. Come in, on. There we go. Order is what the lady demands. Order. Yeah, when you're ready, you take it away. Yeah. Pardon? Oh, that. All right.
Sorry, there was stereo going on.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, rightly said. Let me find Paul versus. Let me see if I can find this what I was on about earlier because. Yeah. Just bear with me. It'll be on the website. In fact, let me do it this way. So while I'm searching for this, could I ask, have any of you got a last will and testament, or have you expressed one? Has anybody here actually done one? Or no?
So I have one, but it's not the one.
This needs to be really addressed.
Because I just joined, not the will, but I not the will. What's the difference between
That, oh.
a will from, you know, you go to some lawyers and they do one for you, to the one that you have?
There is no difference. Anybody can make a will without the involvement of a solicitor. It's just got certain parameters and prerequisites that need to be adhered to provide to the particulars now. But matter of fact, case in point, we as a family, but I as a YouTube channel manager, owner, the lady in Scotland, YouTube handle was Nonyomus, and Scottish Heather to her friends in private, and she come to us, joined Indiglo, joined my website and expressed she was in ill health and she would like to know more about her last will and testament. And it was about January time, and she did follow the last will and testament guide information of bespoke forum, and a will for me to have. They remain private. You'd be very careful, anybody that's considering, you know, wills and testaments. And she did express that, and then unfortunately 6 to 8 months later, whilst waiting, myself, Kevin and Graham were helping her with Department for Work and Sanctioning and healthcare assessments, she actually passed away whilst her case was in dispute and tribunal with the DWP. And it just so happened that she'd met me, come and a bit of a messy situation managing the estate between her two surviving a son and a daughter. So it was very sad, you know, but it's a real, much like the hospital Alfie Evans and that. Unfortunately in life, we have to give you the situation that happened. She'd made a will 6 to 8 months prior. She hadn't used the solicitor. She did it herself with us, and it was upheld and stood. You know, and it's a testament to what she wanted to happen once she'd left the plane, the realms here. So it doesn't matter if you research it. The only particulars with a last will and testament are the ones that are named as beneficiaries. So they say the two children or be involved in the person of the will. They are viewed, if they are, as having conflicts of interest. So there would be the testator, which is the one that declares and expresses the will and testament. There are named beneficiaries in there. There would be somebody that would hold the will after it's made on behalf of the testator, normally known as the executor of the estate, and then there's witnesses to that, you know, attestation, and those witnesses can't be named beneficiaries.
I just want to make a point, you know, my sort of comprehension is when you probate, like for example, it's not like you have a will contesting where I mean they could all get sucked in with all the legal stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly.
Probate, so it's not really a good thing.
It's not. It can cost you. It can, yeah, it can eat into the estate, and the beneficiaries can be left with very little. So you would look into, and there's reams of information on our domain, and it's also in the public domain. But look at the wills and probate laws, and then the terminology is used as intestacy. Intestacy. When you're researching wills and probate, you'll find intestacy laws with that as well. So I would urge everybody that's for the benefit of the video that's going to be watching this, and for yourselves, to seriously consider. And it doesn't matter if you don't, if you like myself, I don't really have a lot. I've got records and books and things and little things that I'd like to pass on to my kin. But if you've got a mortgage that's paid and it's satisfied, and you've got the deed, and you've got deeds to land, you've got expensive estates, you know, wealth there. You're fortunate to have things yourself accrued or given to you, then you would express that and put them in the will to protect it, you know, and assign that. And it's not illegal. It's not, you know, if you've got a business and you're trying to put business assets and lock them off, and that's kind of frowned upon and will be looked at and seen through, much like trusts that are created for tax evasion and tax avoidance. You know, one of them's legal, one of them's illegal, but the courts of equity are more than familiar with the techniques and method used for people trying to hide, you know, wealth and assets and stop the business creditors from getting their hands on it. That's a totally different subject, which we're not going to get into, but we can mention that the actual will itself. And you look at living wills as well, please make a note of what a living will is. We have further help for you if you stay with us and you come to find us on one of our domains. And you'd look at the living will being revocable. It's a revocable, it's changeable, you have it with you while you're alive, and you look at an irrevocable will and a last will. Are you off, lad?
No.
You doing? No, I'm good. I just had some chips off that man there, and I've got some food. Anybody else want any food? It's on Kevin, he says. So to recap as well, before we move on, this Paul versus Constance, 1977. There is no need for explicit words or even knowledge of a trust being created for there to be common intention to create a trust. So T separated from his wife D and went to live with another woman, C. T deposited money, including both his and C's bingo winnings. So remember, D was the original partner, and now we're dealing with T and C, his new partner. So they deposited money, including both his and C's bingo winnings, in an account in his name from which C could also withdraw money. T told C that the money is as much yours as mine. When T died, D claimed that the money in the account passed to her by intestacy. The Court of Appeal held that T had created a trust over the account in favour of C, and the presiding justice of the peace there was Scarman LJ, and the comments are, there must be clear declaration of trust and means there must be clear evidence from what is said or done of an intention to create a trust. A trust may be created without using the word trust, for what the court regards is the substance and effect of the words used. Although T never used explicit words to create a trust, it should be remembered that they are simple people unaware of the subtleties of equity, but are well aware of their own domestic situation. We're not simple people. These mechanisms and this trust technology is foreign to us. We're not privileged in our education like Oxford, Harvard, Eton, where the rich, the private, the public schools go, that are taught Latin, that are taught this, because they're the ones that go to be the CEOs of, you know, drug companies and presidents and prime ministers. Their bloodlines and their aristocracy is privy to this information. We are honourable living souls that are finding what is known to us as a foreign technology, which is called trust technology. There is trust for you to decipher in the Bible that I've given some evidences for and tried to contrast the examples to show you, you know, even in Genesis with the tree of life, with Father there saying to Adam and Eve, I'm going away, don't touch that tree, crack on, I'll see you in a bit. He comes back, they've got a leaf on, they've been to the tree, they've had a chat with a snake, they've bitten the apple, they get kicked out of paradise. They broke the trust. You know, that's, again, so it's down to interpretation, but that's a different side to what we're on about here. But all of this stems from the Torah, the original Hebraic phonetic text, and then obviously the New World Testament that's been canonized by the Romans in the 4th century. So trust may be created without using the word trust, for what the, not all trusts, but a trust, like an express trust, they had a private express trust. For what the court regards is the substance and effect of the words used. Although T used express trust, it should be remembered that they are simple people, I'll just repeat that, simple people unaware of the subtleties of equity, but are well aware of their own domestic situation. On the evidence, T viewed the money as much C's as his, based on what he told C. Furthermore, the one withdrawal from the account was shared by both C and T. And the end commentary is, T and C were unsophisticated people, from simple to unsophisticated. See, it's hard to remain, but we move on. Hence, the more lenient approach to finding an implied trust in this case. So even though they didn't know what they was doing, and in the eyes of the law they're simple and unsophisticated, the judge ruled that they will impose, and they will find that it is an implied trust in this case. So that's the magic of equity. Whereas trust law will say equity is the soul and the spirit of the law, and the equity delights to, you know, and it isn't black and white, and there is an amount of room for negotiation and interpretation. When you create a trust, however and whatever type of trust you create, there is equity that is always there to govern that with its propositions, and the courts of equity and its case law stand. So we base what we tell you, we will give you always where the root source of the information has come from, and where you can know for sure with the laws of England and Wales. So anybody ever says, oh no, we believe that this is an agency, or we believe that this was another type of an agreement with different types of relationships, you could argue and point out and reference, and equity will come to the aid, you know what I mean? It will make sure what is meant to be done is what is ought to be done is, and meant to be done is done. So you will find that when you familiarise yourself with the propositions of equity and contrast them to the 10 commercial maxims and biblical precepts of the common law. And before we broke, there was a question there from Paul, and he was asking about the Office of Public Guardianship. That's something that I haven't communicated with that office, but I'm aware that it exists, and I'm aware that through reports and what's in the public domain, that there's been scams set up where people have not expressed powers of attorney, but either deviant family members or cunning, criminally minded people have seized control over some stranger's estate or some family member's estate and filed and gone down the route through the Office of Public Guardian. And from my research and due diligence, I found there's an orthodox, genuine route for informing and communicating with them regarding the declaration, the authorisation, the assignment of powers of attorney. And then there is ways where they have contacted the estate of, the one that had given the powers of attorney, and they're like, I don't know what you're on about, I don't know that name, I haven't created that, I haven't signed that. And there's been various elements of fraud that have been exposed over the years. So again, we've got a lot of information from the public domain, and we've got a lot of our own information and our own thoughts and opinions upon what we've found with regards to the various types of powers of attorney and what they would be used for, you know what I mean? So with the wills and the powers of attorney, this would be considered effective estate administration and safeguarding yourself for unforeseen eventualities for the future. So that needed to be said as well, because that was said whilst we were just starting our break. That's the main point and the areas of what we need to look at today. You can take your time to look through the various books and publications there from England and from America, and I found it hard initially. I found it confusing because of the different types of trust that we have. We have public trusts, co-public trust, with regards to the government, for instance, their trustees in office. We have the church and state merged, so we have ministers in office, we have generals, we have secretaries, but the ministers are connected with a piece of legislation which is called the Ministerial Code. And if you appoint somebody in a government office as a trustee on your behalf, you would need to know that to compel them to perform, if they tried to disclaim their duties, or they said they didn't know what you was on about, or there was some kind of trouble or not seeing eye to eye, for clarity, you would reference the Ministerial Code and look through that, and that's what compels the ministers in office of the UK government to act as trustees. So transport or health or things like that,
Does that mean like writing to them, like you've got to write to your local MP?
Well, no. Well, a local MP is useful, but I don't think they represent as such. They're not a fair representation of the community, but they do have their uses. Yeah. Excuse me, and they are known to help. Yes, Albert.
Be a constituent to actually talk to one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's rules and red tape, isn't there? Yeah. Whereas you've got Health Minister for Transport, Minister for, there's various ministers. If you look in the government's architecture and how it's orchestrated, and the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland. So we have, even though Scotland's different, it's still somewhat apparent and connected to Westminster. They didn't have their independence, so they're still ruled by the rule of Westminster up in Scotland from the First Minister. Moonister, it comes from the etymological root reference of the word minister, comes from allegedly, so I've found moon eye. There's a lot of astro-theological, Santos Bonacci and Jordan Maxwell for references of where I've got my inspiration from, the language and how that's been used. Honeymoon, when you get married, you have bees, a baby. Bees make honey. Bees are workers. So there's a lot of weird, tangible. We're not here for that today, but I just for those that are into the black and whiteness of it all, when you look into the words that are used are not used by chance. They are, and again, the language that we have, we mentioned the Latin, the D-based origin, and what we have now known as Babel. It's very interesting when you look at, you know, how these titles and offices and words and definitions are used, and the English language is mixed up, as you can see, with Germanic, Nordic, various French, Greek. It's just incredible. We used to speak primarily, so I found hundreds of years ago, Francais and Latin. There was no English Babel at all. The English language from our discoveries came from the Vikings and the Nordic invaders coming down. They're known as barbarians, and they've come from the Frisian area of Norway, Sweden, Helsinki, Scandinavia. These, you know, back in the day, up north, travelling down, the Vikings, you know, and then Latin and Francais was phased out, and we had the amalgamation of, you know, battles and kings, and French kings come in, Normandy invasion. So you see why it's had a long history of how it's got to today, but we have to stick to what's relevant. There's English that we speak, a mother's tongue, and then there is the legalese. Then you've got Latin, and the Latin phrases that come into the law as well. And we've talked about the capitalisations, and even such analysing of the birth certificate and going down to the registrar in Liverpool, Liverpool, you know, and it's again there in itself. It's like, hang on a minute, I see things that I didn't. When you get on this road, words start to change before your eyes, and you're like, I didn't see that before. Therapist, the rapist. It's just, but I'm not saying that that's, but you can, you know, when you're of a particular way and you get into this, you will see it and you'll be like, I've seen that, and then it just changes before your eyes. So it's not so much totally relevant, but it just gives you an idea of the divine comedy, as Dante puts it, of what we're in, and that words have more than one meaning and interpretation, definition in English, and they also have within legalese and Black's Law dictionary as well. Then you've got the language of the church, ecclesiastical, and Latin, how the church speak as well, and the inclusion of the canon laws that come with that. So it's just something to be aware of, and to let you know that you would be well pressed to put on any notices and things that you write. Try to keep them as short and concise as possible, but letting them know, for the purposes of clarity, the avoidances of doubt, I am speaking English, plain English. It is not to be converted into legalese, but then anybody that you're communicating with can read that, they can understand it, but then they know that they have to interpret it in a certain way, and you've put that on there, even to a court, because to be fair, we should have a foreign treaty to interact with the court, or even a translator, because it's not fair that we believe we're speaking the same. We're not on a level playing field. And to further that, the judge, banker, robe sits up at the bench, and bench is Latin for banker, and you look into the cross correlation of the meanings of the words. Sat up high, you go through a dock, you enter the dock. So again, when I say water, boat people, rowmans, the guys that row the boat, they row. It's obviously R-O-M-A-N-S, but phonetically R-O-W. So we have the inclusion of, you know, from the phonetic Phoenicians and the Hebraic text moving forward through from Egypt, and the Greeks had a good hand in the amalgamation of languages, and how religion, Alexandria, Egypt, the Library of Alexandria, and you know, the fall of the Roman Empire in itself, and then obviously the inclusion of 1066 invasion, William the Conqueror, 1067 moving forward, and the kingships that we've had within our townships relating to our fellowships. So history is there, it's all evidenced for you. And the other thing we need to look at is the papacy, the paparazzi, the sea of paper rats. The language of the mind can be tricked with hypnosis and subtle psychological wordplay. backwards language in itself, or words meaning backwards. Understand, stand under. You understand? Do you stand under my authority? Is the officer will always say, or a judge will say. So you can say, I do not understand, which means in English, I don't comprehend what is going on. But in legal speak, in a court or a legal scenario, it can be viewed as, I do not stand under your authority. You see, so we have to recognise that there is these paparazzi, the seat of paper rats. You know, the unum sanctum from Pope Boniface in 1302 was allegedly in history the world's first testamentary proclaimed trust that was done by the Vatican City. And you look through our works and you look through history, we've detailed this on our equity and trust course as well, later on for you to look at with regards to the claims made by the Vatican City and Pope Boniface of 1302 and the claiming of property, souls, and maybe for protection. It doesn't need to be macabre and sinister. It could have been a good thing, because we had monarchy kings beheading people, beheading archbishops. I'm doing it like that, like I was there behind. But in the past, you know, we have these things to consider. You know, Santos Bonacci was put out there, and Jordan Maxwell have said, you know, Jesuits evil and, you know, not honourable, and it may well be, it may not. I don't know. I just sit in the middle and tell you what has been said and what is the facts, what is in history, what is open to interpretation, and what has been found and what is relevant today for those of the faith and you know, that are wanting to learn more about the historical conceptualization of law and monarchy, the rules, you know, how that come from thousands or so years ago. Have you got any questions about subjects or topics that you'd like to deviate from or discuss? Is there anything we could try to help you with or shed some light on? Yes, David.
I've been meaning to ask you for some time, with what you know now and your experiences, if you were to go back in time and start this again, where would you start?
If I could go back in history and start again, what would I do? Where would I start?
First, in terms of topic or direction.
This is a good one. Okay, thank you for that. The anger. I'd have told myself, as I am now, I'd have gone back to see younger David and said, this anger, this emotion, this is futile, keep the emotion out of it. As upsetting and as dark and wrong as it is, anger doesn't serve anybody well, not at all. It's very hard to keep, even when if those of you that travel or even commute and drive, if you're travelling along and you've done nothing wrong and you're all legal and above board, and you see the blue lights and sirens behind you, 90% of travellers or drivers will be like, and that again, it's instilled in us. It's not our fault, because when we're young, I remember the police coming to the school dressed in black. Oh, you will be in trouble if you do X, Y, and Z. I was a pyromaniac when I was younger. I lit fires all over the place. Got hold of fireworks. I used to go down the canal and also open locks and get money. You know, did good. I wasn't a totally bad lad, but I got introduced to the officers at a young age, and they knew me by name, and I was just a little still. They were mostly all right, because they knew me. They got to know you, and they're like, he's doing no harm. He just needs a scratch. You know what I mean? It's one of them. But the point is that the media, TV, books, the bill. You think of all the programs that are on TV with police in them, and with FBI, and with how the Sweeney, for goodness sake, back in the day. Certain things, I can't remember, because it was 80s and 90s. I was younger, and then I drifted out of TV. But the anger, the fear, the emotion is number one. I'd have a word and say, listen, probably have a heart attack on that front. And also with regards to emotion and anger, I got caught stealing car badges. It's a funny story. I was skiving from school with some mates. county in town, but she didn't let me know. She saw me, and I was out all day and taking the spring on and that, taking them off. I took a Jaguar, full thing, the purring cat, whatever, leaping cat, a Jaguar Mercedes. There we go. And so she proceeded to call the police, and he come round, and she needed to instill the fear of God into me, and he took me away, cautioned me. I was only 14, 13 at the time, so I learnt my lessons at a young age. I didn't really harm anybody physically, but I was, for some reason, yes, the eldest of the siblings, and you know, that's an interesting. So some people never deal with the police. So when you deal with them and they approach you for whatever reason, they are honourable, good souls. A majority of them. We're not here to slate them in any way. I commend them for the job, the difficult job that they have to do. I think it's much like a teacher. You know, they put up with a lot of crap. So in their line of duty, once they recognise you're being polite, honourable, and you can help them do their job as much as they can help you. But quite often they're not there to help us. They're here to tell us that we've been naughty. A police officer once said to me after he pulled me up on the A38, "Hello there, can you tell me what you've done wrong?" Hey, oh, hang on. Number one, I believe it's your job. You're paid to tell me if I've done something wrong. And if I've done something wrong, I require a proof of your claim. I said, as far as I'm concerned, that's a leading question, and I haven't done anything wrong. I said, I would like you to tell me, as you're paid in duty to do, you know, if I've done something wrong. And he thought I'd been speeding, but he didn't have any proof of that. And he said, it's not 70 on here, it's reduced to 60 from 70, goes back to 70 later on. I believe he was doing over 60. I went, well, have you got any proof of that? Otherwise, I'm innocent. And he went, like this to me, because I'm going to keep an eye out for you. Just remember, slow down. And so, you see, it could have been a potentially hostile situation. Some people, you know, I didn't get the camera out, I didn't film him, I was confident in my own skin, and that, but I didn't, you know, that's later on in life when I say I'd lost the emotion, I'd lost the anger. I didn't know, lastly, one more thing, I didn't know that when somebody makes a claim, you have a third option. I only thought you was innocent or guilty. The fact that we found conditional acceptance and asking for proofs of claim never was in my parameter, my range at all. So it was either you're innocent or you're guilty. Well, I'm actually going to say I would like you to prove, so we have the rights to silence. And when we say, when you make a claim at law level, you are duly obligated to provide the burden of proof and the material facts of the matter. When the police arrest and they detain you and they ask you to give an interview, then surely they should have the evidences and the proof, and that's why they've arrested you. If they take you somewhere and they hold you for questioning and they want you to speak to them, they say to you when they arrest you certain things. I don't know the actual
anything you say will be held against you in a court of law.
That's what I was going to get to. Yeah, anything you do say may be used as evidence in a court of law. So it's not like anything you do say may be used to defend you and exonerate you. You know, you have the right to remain silent is in there somewhere in this. So why do you have the right to remain silent? Why should you consider that? Because if they are going to ask you to incriminate you, again, can you tell me what you've done wrong? Well, I haven't done anything wrong. Why have you arrested me? We believe X, Y, and Z. Well, do we have proof of that? Where is the evidence? Who has told you this? And then you find out from them first what it is and if there is a claim. And you may want to seek lawful counsel, legal counsel in the form of a duty solicitor. You may want to say no contract, no consent, and that's different to no comment, because no comment is classed as a deferred answer and it's still an answer, so they can proceed with the possible prosecution and sentencing, conviction, etc., as they see fit. If you be quiet and you shut up and you let them prove their claim and you employ your rights to silence, then they're duty obligated to provide the facts of the matter. And if they haven't got the facts of the matter, there is no claim. But quite often we've sat there and we sit there and you may have a duty solicitor or you may have a good solicitor that will say, under no uncertain terms should you speak to the police until I get there. So why would they say that to you? Because they know the game and how the game works, and they're going to arrest you and detain you against your will on suspicion of something. Well, great. I'll be quiet, no contract, no consent. You detain me against my will for a civil matter, or perhaps it could be suspicion of theft or harm or robbery or whatever it is. You may be in the wrong place at the right time and you may fit their profiling, and so therefore they're going to take you in and they might be in a bad mood. They might have had an argument with the wife. They might have seen you first, or oh, there's easy pickings, we'll go and take my aggression. I'm not saying this is the case, but different strokes, different folks, and so the right to silence and letting them prove their claim and not blurting everything out in a nerve, or even trying to be honourable. Okay, yes, well, where was you at this time? And you're giving them all the information they need. You may give them extra information of which can be used to, as it says in the it's not memorandum, but a Miranda rights or something it's called, the caution that they give you that right. You have those rights to silence, and if you use the rights to silence, it's not always a good idea to keep stum, because by keeping stum, anything you do not mention now cannot be used later in your defence as well, so you need to judge it as you see fit. But there's silence, conditional acceptance and emotion and anger all come into the mix there, David.
Would you kind of agree that as your knowledge and experience grew over time, and would you describe that as you losing the fear of the interactions with the authorities and with the public and the private? You lost the fear? Losing the fear is a bad thing. I used to say that, lose the fear, but if you go out there now and have no fear, and you start climbing ladders, working on roofs, and not having any protection, or travelling dangerous, going up there, conducting yourselves without the element of fear, you will end up on a slab pretty soon, because fear is healthy and fear keeps you alive. Fear is something that you need to keep with you but control. So it's a matter of controlling the fear, keeping fear with you. Fear, I would argue, is a great requisite to have as a human, as a man, as a living soul, because you will be apprehensive and you will double check and think because of that fear aspect. But fear comes in different levels, and it's been used as a weapon. Dark uniforms, overbearing, small children, the way the media presents it, stun guns, tasers, rubber bullets, gangs of officers and even soldiers. The military aspect that's come into play now with the police constables that are now police officers. Off ice, water is again ice, so they're off icers. They come from the office, and they are there to uphold the law and protect us, but they also are there to enforce the rule of law. And the rule of law, that's an oxymoronic statement. There's the UK PLC and its rules and policy, and then there is the law of England and Wales, which is totally different. So there are rules and there are law. That's it. There are not rules of law, because then that doesn't make sense in English linguistics and grammatical terms. But you need to bear in mind, that the knowledge that you can have, the simple knowledge that you can keep with you, is very beneficial. And it's not about they are playing on it, some of them, and the DCAs, the debt collectors, I'm not saying they're all ex-convicts and out of prison, but a lot of them, we nickname them Big Barrys, because they're huge men with tattoos that generally try to put their foots indoors, and if you don't hold them back or you open that door, they only can have peaceful entry. So hopefully there'll be a constable or an officer there, and so the officer and the constable will be able to protect your rights. It's a civil matter. They have no jurisdiction. They're there to stop a breach of the peace. But if you're scared of them, you're not going to be able to communicate with Big Barry
and the gang, maybe 4 to 5, couple of officers, 2 debt collection, you on your own, a single mum, whatever, you know, sometimes they're not there, but if they are there, then you can actually employ them to, as a trustee, and be witness to the facts of trespass and harm, you know, and threats and intimidation. And it's generally better to try to communicate through windows, letterboxes, put the chain on, or go out the back door, lock it if you've got the entry points and that, and go around the front, film them, and do the interaction that way. So again, being scared is what they, the establishment, the system, we call it low-hanging fruit. We're viewed as low-hanging fruit, what the legal system will then use to feed upon. Like animals do in the wild, when the tree grows the fruit in the Serengeti, they go and eat the low-hanging fruit first because it's easiest, and you know, it's just the way life is. So we recognise that there is a certain amount of fear and intimidation programmed and instilled into us. And even judges, people have said to me, you can't write that, David. I'm like, why can't we? That's the facts of the matter. We're putting them on notice. They've overstepped the line. We know they've broken their own rules and policy, yes, to try to enforce law. But by using them rules and policy and ignoring data rules, conditional acceptance, the civil procedure rules, they've used rules and they've broken the law by enforcing them rules. You can't use rules to break the law, because that's where we learn to hold them to account and do it as hard as it is, with honour and clean hands and intent, and let them know. So the fear aspect is a big one, yeah, to be fair, and it's not easily overcome. And sometimes when I first dealt with the council tax issue, and debt collectors and child support agency, and the seemingly angry ladies that hate all men, and I've left the family and I've abandoned my children and I must pay this money. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's how I felt. My heart, it's unbelievable, and you're like, whoa, you know, out of breath and struggling for words. And in a court-based scenario, if you haven't presented paperwork and conditionally accepted or done the correct administration for the claims, and you're relying on verbal testification in front of the magistrate or the judge at a high court, and you're going the right way and you're doing well, and you're boxing the judge into a corner, you're leading the judge and the prosecution and the clerk down a railroad, which is a road with a predetermined destination, which is going to be advantageous to you, and they can see and hear and think what's going on. They will shout, and because they think you might be a defendant. Definitions, Phoenicians, a deaf end ant. Ants, they work in colonies, they have a queen, they're much like the bees and the queen and the babies. So the judge maybe will, one, try to get you off topic, off thread, and disrupt your thought pattern, because he knows and can see there's no paperwork, there's no court bundle, you're doing well, you're going to end up boxing them into a corner and probably discharging the charges, or there'll be a discontinuation, or you're going to show that there's foul play on the part of the claimant and that there's due process has been breached, and so therefore there is no standing at law for this claim. They will shout at you, you know, and they will try to put you in a corner. They will try to make you lose your train of thought. So therefore, again, there's different techniques that are used, and you have to remain composed. Hopefully you've got notes, a layman, some kind of representation, and you can control that and be prepared for that, because the fear and intimidation, when somebody shouts at you, that's not polite, that's not good custom and practice. Why would they need to shout? Why would they need to intimidate you in such a way? It's just a game at hand. It's a court, and you play a game on a court, as Jordan Maxwell says. That's what you do. There's a referee called the banker, who's the judge, the justice of the peace. He sits at the bench, which is for meaning bank. So again, it's one of them where knowledge, small amounts of knowledge in the right areas, can keep you in good stead. And as I've said, we meet honourable, as the representative for the Secretary of State was very honourable when I was arguing with the representative for the child support. Officers have been great at the roadside. You know, not all have been hell-bent on taking you down to get money from you, to fine, or, you know, give you forfeits of some kind. But there is dangers of that. And in this game of life, you need to be prepared to sometimes be detained against your own will for a maximum amount of so many hours because of, your resilience to obey or willingness to challenge. And so you must remember that there are some dangers, some liabilities, and those that aren't prepared to fight and to have miscarriages of justice in small ways done, then I wouldn't urge you go down and explore this any further. I'd stick to what we've talked about with last wills, protection, rights, property, powers of attorney, and then eventually communicating with higher levels of government. Because it's all right doing all of these things, but keeping it here and not informing anybody means that nobody knows anything. You can communicate with the police, the chief of police, the chief constable, inspector. You can communicate with Priti Patel in the Home Office, who's responsible for the policing of the UK. You can communicate with, it's not Suella Braverman, she resigned, didn't she? The Attorney General, and you can ask for full disclosure on the birth certificate and let them know that if ever you're down to summons for a court appearance, then you will be presenting as a living soul, and get the information that you seem too fit to articulate how you present yourself as a non-person, and let them know in advance. Who else would be relevant? The Office of Public Guardian, the Home Secretary, the Attorney General, and be careful, because people have done in the past sealed things with pinpricks and blood and certain things like that. There's dangers there, especially now with the COVID and the virus and the fear factor of everything. Then it could also be deemed by the establishment or offices that you're mentally unwell because you've drawn your own blood, you put it on paper, so red ink will suffice. If you start going on and losing them in beliefs or in communicate, keep it simple, direct, to the facts, the language that you use, point things out, and ask, for instance, are you responsible for what I need to contact you regarding how I manage my estate, how I manage my affairs, private man, not in the public, and work it like that. There are certain legal instruments that are irrefutable and will get you in good stead, but declarations of sovereign affidavits and using certain things that have been presented previously have got people under the suspicion of not being mentally well, and then perhaps it doesn't take a lot for somebody in a legal or medward, and the knock comes and you're taken away. And then if you've not got anything in place, and then protection, and you've got children, house, family, job, car, assets, you can kiss all that goodbye. So we've become very much aware, as much as we are sceptical about things, and we've learned to do it, logical, common sense way. Initially, we may nudge the office and ask if it's the correct office, if they're responsible for, would they need to know in future how we would appear in a court, telling the judge or the magistrates, whoever it is, that we are living souls and we have persons, and our reasons for not being a person, we need to communicate that to them in a way that doesn't make us look like crazy loons that need to be sectioned.
So David, you talked about the red ink.
Yeah.
So what would you advise? Like write your affidavits and your documents
Mm-hmm.
to use blue, red, because I know there's different.
It depends on the jurisdiction that you're talking about. So with regards to blood, the blood seal was created hundreds of years ago, and people used to make contracts and make blood contracts with that. That's a real thing. Different civilizations and cultures used to use blood, but I think we're a little bit past having to use blood, and so the red would denote that. But if you was doing an ecclesiastical deed poll and you're trying to tell the Catholic Church that you've claimed your soul, and that from the history and the claims that have been made by the Church, you're trying to communicate and do the Franco Collins ecclesiastical deed poll and let the clergy, the monarchy know, perhaps, or just the Church, the archbishops. I don't think you need to go to the Vatican City. I think that the representative in the form of the suffice, and you were to want to demonstrate and declare and proclaim on the, say for instance, the EDP, and then you might need to put blood on that to show where it might be relevant, but I would cover that with sellotape, and I would perhaps be wary of that and expect and be prepared to answer for. With regards to discharging and trying to do secured party creditor, promissory notes and things like that, red ink would be enough, and a thumbprint and a cross. Ink significance is interesting, but none of us are solicitors, attorneys, barristers or member of the Law Society. So in essence, if we're privately communicating, then we don't really need to adhere to all of the terms and conditions and the new time rule and you know, the way that things are set out, but we recognise it, and it can often be beneficial. You're speaking to the school headmaster or the principal of the school, you can keep it in black and you can keep it simple, do you know what I mean? You don't need to, because it's a school, they could report you, they could take your children off you, they could do a great many things of harm from just a simple communication. So again, recognise who you're speaking to and the dangers of it. If you're going to finance and transfer, endorsement, and you're looking, you would use ink and you would perhaps use the colours like black ink. They say on forms, it's funny, it's a coincidence that we find where out in black ink, do not use blue ink, and this is photocopying purposes of course, but then we find that black could be the symbol, black ink for the dead entity, and blue ink could be used for the beneficiary, and red ink could be used for the sovereign along with purple. You know, we've got predominantly on an A4, and A4 is a military sized bit of paper as well as your New Times Roman font. Your A4 paper or your paper, the notice that you've written on, generally it's A4. The letter, what you receive, you'll find that they'll write to you, and when they sign it off, it's done on the bottom left in black ink. They tell you at school how to write a letter and how to set it out, and we found, other than you can put it at the bottom right, you know, and that means a position and a certain type of ink. In blue, in bottom right blue, could be seen as beneficiary or maritime admiralty, lex mercatoria. The middle in red could be man and sovereign. The bottom left in black can be viewed as trustee. When we looked at the wedding, the royal wedding that happened recently, and the Queen had presented, the newspapers presented some kind of certificate which was to do with, was it Meghan and Harry? Yeah, then she'd signed it at the top in the middle in blue. So again, it's all about what you see and how you see that. But
I believe the signature at the top indicates that anything written below it can be ignored.
There you go, you see, we need to find this out. Anything written, societies and our rules, you see. So we can acknowledge this and we can perhaps use it in some instances, but it depends on who you're speaking to and what you're trying to achieve, to how you would then articulate that. I use a lot of purple because I find it fun, it's better than black, it's colourful, I like the colours. I don't think anybody has ever really, because again, like when you're talking to people on the telephone and you're trying to explain stuff to them, they're agents on the telephone working for agencies, council offices, things where we've got controversies at play and we need to communicate with them. They're not trained legally. I asked the police officer, may I ask you, are you legally trained? The answer was no. I says, well, neither am I. I says, but I am lawfully competent at law from my mum's teachings and my studies, and if you're not legally trained, you need to be very careful then, because you're out here in the public doing a legal job. And if you don't know what the legal, when we quote certain things to them, scratch their head, we need to go back and check that first, you know, because you're under your full liability and you could be prosecuted privately for this, remedy and redress. Law in itself, and speaking to people on the phone and trying to explain stuff to poor little agents there, they only need certain amounts of information. Again, it's referencing legislation, statute, data, protection, consent, conditional assistance, accounting to serious dispute under the office of the FCA and the OFT is all very good and relevant and needs to be said. The accounts in dispute, why is your man knocking at the door? You've broke the law. You're not following due process. You're not following the civil procedure rules. I am. You've now committed a crime. How would you like to proceed with this? We are now at estoppel, legal estoppel. Please research what legal estoppel is, because that comes into the realms of equity as well. It's used in equity. Companies trying to collect debts that is more than 6 years old.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. Can they do that?
Well, yes, if you consent to it and you start payment, they will take the money and you will pay. But if you research, oh good lord, the 1980, what is it? Statutory barred. It's statutory barred. 1980 statutory limitations. 1980. See what I mean? It's hard. I've got no script and random, but the Limitations Act, Statute of Limitations Act, 1980 has got all the information in there, and cross-reference that with the one of the 20 propositions of equity that says delay defeats equity. So I'm not going to get into that now. You can have a journey on that, but the Statute of Limitations limits some debts. Cheers. Albert, you may have some knowledge and further things on this or uses of this. I don't know, or others may. But
if you contacted them or you've had that bit joined up with
yeah.
data across, then it's all the 6
It's
years
not for
will
my
reset.
daughter. I don't think she's written or spoken to them. She's getting letters from them.
Yeah.
They don't get out, so she hasn't.
Have they sent financial accounting through every year?
No.
No? Well, that's a different and it's this. Then you have to be notified. On the end of the tax year, there should be a notice coming out, that's saying it's still valid. How do you want to, proceed with payments? And then even after statute of limitation totally kicks in and they can't do nothing then. Because you've got statute barred and statute of limitation.
6 years is...
6 years is statute barred, statute of limitation is 12.
Right. Okay, lovely, thank you.
So just for the benefit of everybody then, you said the statute of limitations is 12 years.
Yeah.
And statute barred is 6 years for the time.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of information. A lot's too much for one man's little bit of grey matter. That's why we need a team effort, and he can't, he couldn't. If they've got a claim going off or anything with you there, or you've reported anything to them, their duty is to update you every 30 days as well, let you know how the case and the claim is going. Certain police and criminal.
Some penalties, charges, debts, whatever you want to call them, they're allowed to deem interest on that. If they haven't sent you the annual report or annual acknowledgement that it still exists, can't be going around claiming interest because they haven't carefully and informed you, So that's another little thing.
So David, I wanted to make a point. The ICO?
Information Commissioner's Office, yeah.
So basically, if there's a claim and they've been successful, the money don't actually go to you. It's awarded to them. How does it work? The ICO,
I've used the ICO quite successfully. A couple of the latest one was communication with the Chief Executive, Julie Leonard, of the Driver Vehicle Licensing Agency. And I argued, I initially sent notices and she ignored it, and I asked for a subject access request to SAR to get the data on the person and to build up my case to show that I've communicated with that office. My communication notes under the doctrine of notices. At the heart of equity lies the doctrine, information on our website all about this, but that's why we use notices, because it's very powerful. And as I told you, with the maxims of propositions of equity, it's very interesting where the rules of common law and equity collide, those of equity will prevail. So she ignored the offices, as she's responsible as the executive, but her agents, notice to agent is notice to principal, by noticing her and her agents alike, satisfactory results was not obtained, and I even got a correspondence back saying the Road Traffic Management Act, blah blah blah, this, that, the other, drivers insurance, MOT, which I've always had, but I'm looking to get remedy from that and see how you do it privately, non-commercially, and tell them that properties that were considered property of the DVLA are actually private trust property, and how to manage this honourably, and bills of sales have been created and titles have transferred, and that they, because they're a legal company and they hold data, then the data regulations stipulate that all companies that hold data are legally obligated to keep that data up to date. Every year they must do checks, and if they don't, and you get in touch and you update them, they're obliged to act upon it unless there's lawful excuse not to. And they didn't update, they didn't act, they didn't acknowledge, they wouldn't do a subject access request, and they run me. I put probably 40 hours of work into several notices, good ones, and not just saying that because they're mine, articulate, strong ones, and got the response back, we're not obliged, we don't have to. Basically go away and suck it up. So I knew I was right, and I knew that they was wrong, and I knew that there has been crimes committed now, not just infractions on UK public PLC private company policy, they breaches of that, failure to operate on certain remit of legislation, their own acts, what they have to operate to, because they are the statutes and the laws that we have from Westminster are for government employees, much like drivers are good classified as government employees, which is why they ask if you're a driver, because they want you to know if you're under the government's rules of legislation. So we recognise the fact that they're bound. The reason why we quote the legislation, data protection, GDPR, human rights, whatever it is that's in the public domain, is not that we honour it and respect it. You know, it's in the book there. Jesus would first quote the accuser's law to them, then he would quote God's law to them. The reason why that mysticism and teaching is given to us to contemplate and consider. And so we quote the laws, the rules, the regulations, the codes that they've broken. They've now committed crimes by ignoring that, and I reported them to the ICO. 3 months later, I get a response back. Unfortunately, David, because you've taken longer than 12 weeks since the last point of contact with the DVLA to report this to us, we can't do anything about it. I'm like, I've properly leathered the DVLA, I've got a hook, line and sinker, their ship's going down, they've broken the law, they've committed crimes. To go to the industry regulatory authority body and to have a response such as that was like, you lot are in each other's pockets. There is no limitation on crimes. You can't say, oh, all right, yes, well, he may have run somebody over 2 years ago, but it was longer than 12 weeks, so there was no crime, there is no death, there's no murder, move on, next. So it doesn't work like that, does it? So you can't pick and choose how the law works and who it's applicable to, and I put time limits on it. So I had to write back to them with no anger, which is a few years ago would have been hard, with no sarcasm, but I put a bit in anyway. And to show my frustration, I just put a reply along the lines of, well, I'm extremely disappointed with that. May I just point out that I've come to the regulatory authority body, and you know, in the levels of English law, this is considered a crime. I find it amazing that you as the regulator have got your hands tied in such bureaucratic red tape and that aren't able to now investigate crimes that are evidenced and given to you in its entirety. I said I've even now had to serve a Section 10 order on them of the Data Protection Act due to their breaches and failures and dishonour, to stop them processing all data for my person now, because that's the point I've got to. So I'll manage it myself, and when I launch my private prosecution and effect legal proceedings and ask for a judicial review, I'm going to try and help you guys out. I'm going to try and get you guys the power that you really need, because having your hands tied behind bureaucratic red tape and knowingly seeing crimes and crimes that have been proven, that have been committed, and you not being able to do anything about it, I find absolutely amazing. I says, I'm very sorry to hear that. And once I contact my estate's attorney at law and we effect legal proceedings and a private prosecution, I shall do my very best to restore your powers that you should have. That was me being sarcastic and pompous to them. And then 2 weeks later I get a letter back saying, here's the letter we've sent to Julie Leonard, here's the letter that we're sending to you, we will uphold the complaint and we'll move forward and let them know there is further work to be done. Bum shanker. You know what I mean? It's just, well, thank you. I didn't do it for the clap, but even when you're right, it is. You feel like that. I did jump up when I read that email. I might even have swore a little and gone, God damn, because you have to fight your corner. You have to fight for your rights to party, as they said in the song. You have to get up, stand up for your rights, because don't let them school you or even try to fool you. We know the law. We are the law in some respects, and that's how it has to go. In all kinds of teachers, doctors, courts, ICO, DVLA, whoever it is, these self-appointed authoritarians with an overinflated sense of self-importance don't like being brought down by the little man, by the simple, what did it say in that Constance versus thingy? So, yeah, unsophisticated, simple people are having their way. Yes, go on then, Paul.
Can I ask a question? So, when you wrote to the Information Commissioner's office, did you write to the CEO, the man? And when you wrote to them, did you write as we, as some people are doing, representing the man and the fiction?
I said that there's sometimes a need to talk in the dialect and with the vernacular of that, and sometimes there isn't. In a judicial, lawful, a man that's legally and lawfully aware, you can speak like that to an agent. When you contact the ICO, you go to their homepage, you click the buttons, you work your way through, and you make and file and lodge a complaint. We say never to make a complaint. You should always make claims. Those that make complaints end up with it just going in the bin. Nothing more can be done, because it was just, we've looked at your complaint, we don't see anything wrong, goodbye, thank you. So then we have to then look at how we would then enforce our rights through claiming and making claims. So once you've gone to the ICO website, you have to be seen at law. It was the civil procedure reforms by Lord Wolfe that instigated the ADR, the Alternative Dispute Resolution. So you can't just take someone to court. You can't just take someone to the cleaners and fleece them. You have to say, earlier when I said there has to be mitigation before litigation, you have to mitigate the facts. You have to go through the motions of the ocean, as painstakingly annoying and time-consuming as it is. You have to be seen to give the one that's in the wrong the chance and the fairness, as much as we don't want to, and it's just, as I've said, you've got to go through the motions of the ocean. We did that and made the report. I was given a claim handler who acknowledged the report and said they'll get back to me. They asked if I'd given the DVLA further 7 days from the last communication before going to the ICO. I said yes, because I've dealt with them before and I know how the process works. They said, what evidences have you got to what you've claimed? Failure to perform and give a subject access request, and failure to act on the Data Protection Act, and causing harm, injury, and I didn't mention we party and the DVLA. I had referenced we, the estate and things like that. So you just remember, there's nothing wrong with the royal we. You see, the royal we. That's you see how you get out of it, because they use it. They say, oh, well, we mean the royal we. So we are all kings, and you know the king. Have I not said that ye are all kings? I and the Father are one. I and I, Rastafari. It goes through not just English, and it goes through the Ethiopian Bible. It goes through, you know, I'm looking to the darker skinned brothers now, but I'm not saying they don't look like Rastas to me, but you may be more knowledgeable on some of the non-Western true facts of the matter. The King Haile Selassie, you know, the way that the language is spoken, the way that certain civilizations and cultures have viewed themselves and see themselves as the kingdom of heaven is within. You know, it goes a long way. So I've got a soul, a spirit and a consciousness of all of you. So we are a tripart, we are a trinity, we are, whether we recognise it or not, whether they recognise it or not, we can. And when claim and make references, you need to try to remember, keep it real, keep it simple, back everything up and have it so it's recognised. These other avenues we've explored previously have been futile and have got us in trouble and ended up with summary judgments and possibly committals to mental homes and children being seized. So this is the area of, you know, where you need to step carefully, but it is not always necessary to the regulators, because they're agents and they're not trained. The police aren't even legally trained. It's only when you get to higher levels, probably not even the CEO is knowledgeable on this. It's hardly anybody. It's Masonic knowledge, to be fair. It's Templar knowledge, which is why we go to William the Conqueror, the migration of the Knights Templars, the changing of the Knights Templar, the Masonic Sun Temple. That is, when I went to the Chancery Courts of Equity in London to go down to see about obtaining remedy for the CQV, surety and bondage, and tried to make an appointment by turning up randomly with the master of the Chancery Courts of London. We got turned away, we got the door slammed in our face, we tried, we really did, and we was there some hours. I ended up getting a 5-minute appointment with the Grand Master of the of the Chancery Court, and I had a 5-minute appointment there, which lasted 15, and an email went back and forward and back, which I've kept to say I was looking for remedy with, and I wrote down my text, and I was a little bit on point, because he should know, if he's in the High Courts of Chancery of London, they deal with estates and management, and they should be more than legally trained, they should be lawfully trained with England and Wales, and their vocabulary is going to be legalese and above, with the inclusion of Latin. You know, they turned around to me and said, I cannot give you what you request from this court. He didn't say, what the hell are you on about? I don't understand. Can you clarify? The text and the paragraph that I gave him, looking for equitable relief for the legal surety and bondage that I find myself in, due to my particular faiths and positions of belief, because that's in with the United Nations international human rights, political, social covenants. You know, covenants were made with God, and what were they then? The prophets and the disciples, and the teachings, their covenants, and what we have, we're allowed to have them. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 6, as we've discussed, has an inclusion where all humans are afforded the right to recognise as a person in front of the law. So you can respectfully and politely decline the right judge who thinks I'm a free man and a sovereign citizen and I may need legal mental help there. It says here, and I draw upon this right, and I'm going to politely and respectfully decline the right to be recognised as a person in front of the law. And as it says in Romans and Acts, we've got there be, it's not exactly, but you know, there's more than one verbiage of this in the Testament. We've got there be no respect of persons, and if I and the Father are one, and he's told me Jason are all kings, then I've got a lot to stand on. It's irrefutable. There isn't insanity, there isn't free man hokum, it isn't sovereign citizen pish pash, and it needs to be recognised. And failure to recognise our rights in front of the law is abuse of property, because rights come with you, with your jurisdiction that you carry. They're classified as property at law, and abuse of property at law that is provable and that is recognised and recorded is tantamount to terrorism. Now we're getting into hot waters, because if you, not in the audience on the replay, tries to circumvent and leave from rights, and you're unalienable, and we have liens, unalien. It depends how, again, these words, when you start seeing them, and you're like, oh, how did I miss that? You know, so unalienable rights are ignored, then that's a breach of law, home law, international law. We've got a serious problem. Damages have occurred. You've committed a crime, and we need to move forward as such and hold them to account. So I'll yield there. I've probably said too much.
So you know, with affidavits, right?
Yeah.
So would you suggest to do it like, not to go to solicitor because you're still in that jurisdiction, or to get people of the same sort of ilk to notify your affidavits? How do you go about it?
They are a legal instrument, and by using legal instruments we need to be very careful there, but we're forced to provide instrumentations, testations as such to prove So if it gets you to where you want and it remedies the situation, we are big fans, and this is why it's not legal advice, because it's so enthralled from each level merit. So I can paraphrase, broaden it and say, if that is the case and you're looking at an affidavit, and an affidavit is a rescue boat, by the way, and it's one of the most powerful instruments of law, legal instruments that you cross. Why? Because if the other party doesn't have an affidavit, or if the other party is a company, and a company is not a man, and there's no man or human there, they can't write an affidavit. So if there's only an affidavit point for point, then your truth and fact stands at law. So they are very powerful, and it is sometimes excellent instrument to use, no matter. You see, that's the thing. Free man on the land, common law, Magna Carta, British. Oh no, you wouldn't do that. You can't do that. That's bowing to the enemy. But I've got to give you my honest opinion, and the facts of the matter are, in some instances, it will that with solicitor, with your legal representation, your counsel, and file that. They say submit it, lodge it, file it. There's different words, but it means the same thing. You're not submitting because you're bowing down and tapping out, but you file and lodge your paperwork and proofs of claim, and it wouldn't be so bad to do so, as long as you remember how to play the game and the rules of the game. You can autograph it, and therefore, as I've said about names, nouns, objects, things, you could just put by David, lowercase, and then that's it. And then you could even put your thumbprint if you want and sign over that, autograph over that. And then, even though it's a legal instrument, you've only given it authority autonomously with your autograph. So therefore, it depends what the issue is and what it's about, who you're speaking to, and in a simple civil issue, a claim as such, if that would remedy your situation and fix it and get you out of trouble, then yeah, why not? Because it's done. If you're going to have such high, not yourself, if people are going to have such high morals and say, oh, we can't do that, that's that, well, okay, crack on and let me know how you get on. We're going to try this way, and if it works and gets us to where we want to be, boom shanker. Yeah, it's one of them. Again, it swings and roundabouts, and you need to evaluate it. And if it's one of the highest instruments at law, we've done a lot of work on affidavits and the rescue boat, and why it's so powerful, and who can create them and file them, and with the maxims of common law, commercial common law, the propositions of equity, the civil procedure rules, due process. You remember all of that. You all have it locked down, and it's just you're pushing them into a corner. And it depends who's made the claim as well. Now, if it's Albert and me, and Albert knows about affidavits, and I know about affidavits, and we've had, we're strangers or something, and we've had an incident, and there's been an issue, and we're in court, then there's two affidavits. It gets a bit more interesting then, and it gets, it doesn't matter what ink or how it's signed, the judge and the courts will view it for the facts of the matter, and it will just be an instrument used at a legal level. You could try to separate certain things like your legal personality, as my mum told me, legal personality, straw man, legal fiction. You're doing business as Mr. Rishi of the family Sunak does business as Mr. Chancellor of the Exchequer. Elizabeth, the lady who is known as Queen Elizabeth II, is doing business as Queen Elizabeth II. They are registered on Dun and Bradstreet. They have corporate bodies. So they have their own body, which is private, and they have their corporate body. So that's their little, and they recognise that, and we can prove that as well. So my legal personality, I'm doing business as Mr. David. Okay, you're doing business as, that's my legal personality. Word it like that, and then you don't come across as a crazy free man, sovereign, common law, loon. So then that's vernacular and terminology of which is from their own legal law society. But for the purposes of clarity and the avoidances of doubt, we command and speak plain English only, and we're just trying to competently, as laymen apostolates, put forward our side of the story. This seems to be the best and validated way of doing so, and it's clear, concise and effective, point for point. So in a magistrate and a lower type of court, they may not want to recognise these instruments, or there may be issues, or they may not want to adhere to the procedures and the rules and the regulations, which means that then if you try to execute and produce paperwork, instruments, notices, and they are ignored by the court, by the magistrate, because we're kind of in legal land and not in lawful land, and if the court don't recognise equity and have permission from the Chancellor in which to deal, the Lord Chancellor in which to deal with equitable matters and natures of, and they don't recognise and they fail to do their duties, and they rule in the favour of the opposing party, the plaintiff will say, then perhaps you would need to get back in touch with the court and ask them why, and say that you would like to appeal. No court's decision is final. You can go through to the tierages of a higher court, some can view at a high court judicial review, and then they can look at it and then perhaps adjudicate it in an arbitratory fashion in a higher court. And then it may well be that, much like me with the ICO and certain other things where we've had to fight and push and nudge and control and just breathe and see what happens again and give a shot, also be known to work. So people have been known to have miscarriages and failures for whatever reason, off guilty when they're not, and then they appeal in various ways, process for that. Or at the same time you can counterclaim. There's also the counter-ops claiming the claimant's claim and managing it and effecting it as a counter. So
sorry, David, the high court fees, what are the high court fees that you would have to pay?
The high court fees are, it depends on your incomes and expenditures. If you're wealthy, you'll pay top brass for it. If you're on benefits, it should be accessible to all, and if you're on low income, it should be done as far as I know, I've done very little at the High Courts other than visit the Chancery Court on Fetter Lane in London Corporate City, and the fees and schedules are done like money claim online. I looked at Albert and then just, so I don't know why, money man, and I don't mean rich money man, I just mean credit knowledgeable. It's on, there's like fast track, multi-track, and it depends on the amount in question to how much you pay. So that's interesting to know as well. It's down to you have to pay the fees. Doing something which is going to get you out of trouble, or it can work that, because in the instance you have as we know with court cases, the loser pays all the fees, so you should get it back. And if you've done your paperwork correctly and your research and discovery, you will have a schedule of fees as well, and if you know you're in the right and you know you're more likely going to win, and you've got the right to have go to the Supreme Court as an appellant, then that should all come back to you as well.
All the fees that they've accrued.
Yeah, from your schedule.
You say your bill that you.
And while we're on that, some people say fee schedule of fees. You know what we mean. It's something that you make the respondent aware of at the very beginning. You can't later down the line, after communications and mitigation has happened at the point of litigation, go, oh, and by the way, this is what you owe me, because you haven't given them the fair. It's like with us, we always like to have things in advance, full disclosure, facts of the matter, and we have to have equal exchange, and there has to be consideration and value in certain things in with offers and dealings and contracts. So you would have to, if you're looking to enforce a fee schedule or your schedule of fees, then you would need to make them aware of that at the earliest opportunity for them to be able to consider whether or not to proceed. If you spring somebody halfway through or at the end, you won't have them upheld and they won't be valid. And money claims online are very particular with limitations on your schedule of fees as well. They limit them for various part of the forms and the procedure that they have. Yes, we're doing well here.
Can I just ask you, you said that the Chancery Court can help you.
Yeah.
We're setting the record straight over this Sescovese. Is that how it's pronounced? Sescovese?
I say Seta KV, Sesta KV.
So if Chancery can't help you, who can? Because it does say in that act, right at the very start, it does say that there is remedy there, doesn't it?
There's 3 Seta KVs from the 1500s. It's
Okay,
either
sorry,
1503, 1533, 1666 and 1707.
I forgot which one I was looking at.
I think it's the 1707. If right, before we go there, what court could help me? That's a £1 million question, that is, isn't it, for everybody? Wouldn't we all like? I believe the Royal Courts of Justice, the King's Bench Division, or as it is, the Queen's Bench Division, because you are going to want to call them down. But when you make a claim, what have we said? What have we discussed? Proof, burden, material facts. You can't just go in with beliefs, because you'll just get laughed at and thrown out. You need to articulate it in such a way that it stands and it's a valid claim, that it has some standing at law. So it would be the King's Queen's Bench Division, High Court,
like claim or something like that.
Royal Courts.
Some proof that you are alive.
Well, I did a video. I get this. We get this a lot, and it's good. That's why we're here. How do I prove I'm alive, David? You wouldn't believe how many times I get asked that question, and it's so. I'm not having a go at anybody, but it makes me sad in my heart, because we're in a society where we're supposed to be from the Most High, created in the image of. We're so powerful, we can connect and command the universe. We've got the powers of which we could only surmise. Look at the Tibetan and the Buddhist monks, Indians and their philosophy, the Hopi and the Aztecs, and all the history and the culture and the megalithic blocks that were moved in Lebanon. We've done some stuff, we've built some stuff. We are powerful, souls and spirits, and yet we get people coming along saying, how do I prove I'm alive, David? I want to be a man, and it's relevant, and this is why we bring it up then. So other than the acts and the statutes and the myths and the legends and the beliefs and the John Harrises and the videos and the thought leaders, we did some digging, and we researched the Births, Deaths and Marriages Acts, because we found some Latin by accident, which was inclusio est alterius something exclusio. I don't speak Latin, I can't remember it all, but it's something like that. The inclusion of one excludes the other. And we were like, Romney Stewart, Gloucester Channel, or something like that. Justinian Deception, him and Romney cracking on with birth certificate, creditor, debtor, and all of this. And I was like, okay then, did some research, took that Latin, inclusion of one, and then it led me to the Births, Deaths Registration Act of 1869, something like that. And when we looked through it, I looked at the bottom and it said, for the purposes of this act, the following words are interpreted as this, and birth includes stillbirth. So in the UK corporation and the UK government corporation, both the company of the UK is a corporation, the UK government's a corporation. They don't speak plain English, but I don't think they're speaking legalese, but they have their own way of interpreting words. They have to put down their own definitions, so it is legal. So you would argue it's kind of Black's law legalese, and it's also how the state on the individual acts interprets certain words used within it. When you come down to birth, these are all on Indiglo, by the way. If you've got my channel and you search Indiglo, you'll find these videos. They're on the .com, on Facebook. We plaster them everywhere. You can find them, and we'll give you help if you need. But I urge you to do your own research and not to believe anything we say, and so that's part of the of what we're doing. So it says birth includes stillbirth. So we're like, hey up, so that's all we need then. So when we say persons are companies and companies are persons, they are entities. That's where we've had the Freeman and Magna Carta and other people saying we are the flesh and the blood, and so hell-bent on making themselves known to be alive and living and not. So you separate what company do you all keep? Do you keep good company? See the language there again. Company is in business, but also it can mean friendship circle, can't it? So again, it's one of them where it really is like you've taken acid and you're on a trip, but you don't remember when you took the acid, and now you're like, what's going on? Dave, well, I appreciate it, I bet that, and I've been as you are and have been. And you look at it and you think, so if the UK government says at the bottom of it that birth the definition includes stillbirth by their very, rules and regulations. It can't include birth. So the birth certificate is evidence of a stillbirth, to be fair. And I've been with someone who's had a stillbirth, and the paperwork that come out from the hospital in Barnsley was absolutely... At first, it was just paperwork, and it was the shock and the tears and the mum and dealing with everything, and the evacuation that had to happen afterwards. And it was terrible. It was one of the most horrific things you could ever imagine. So, when you get that paperwork and the mother's in bits, and you as the dad, you're equally the father to the unborn, soul that's now no longer going to gestate past the first trimester. I had to ask her, I goes, what does POC mean? And I was trying to work it out. We deal with a lot of acronyms and abbreviations in time. And the nurse came back and said, that means product of conception. I'm like, so our baby, that unborn soul and life, is viewed as a product? I said, why can't you use normal language? And I wasn't as advanced as what we are here today. And I'm like, I need to explain to the mum who's distraught and in bits that she's got to read this and sign it, or I'll sign it on her behalf. But because it's the mum and it's all the legalities and things, she had to do it as, more than me. And because it's her body and it's her autonomy. And I'm like, what the... You know what I mean? Product of conception. That brings us to the birth. Ships are birthed when they're pushed down and they're launched into the sea. When a ship is unseaworthy, it is arrested and detained in a port. When your heart stops, when you stop something, when the heart stops, it's arrested, it stops. When the police stop you, they arrest you. That doesn't mean to put you in handcuffs and take you away, just merely stopping you from going. So I have a special brain like most of you do, and I like the linguistical, because it's an escape and it's kind of fun, and in some times you meet the darkness of it all again. And so we're back to the delivery room. Products are delivered. Product of conception. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm like, so then when I later come into this realm after the court and my children, I'm like, so the doctor, all right, and the delivery room, and products are delivered, and the baby is viewed as a product, and you look at how they view the baby itself, and you look at how they view the afterbirth, and in Black's Law Dictionary you find definitions of how life can be preserved, perceived, and anything with involuntary blood vessels beating, not so much a heart, can be viewed as a person as well. And it's like, it really is macabre and so very, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but the things that you hear from us and where we found them are seen with first-hand evidences. And I see your face there, it's not even a highbrow, it's more of like a, what the hell is this? I'm very sorry, anybody that's on the replay.
No, it's just, I just can't believe it.
The world that we've surmised, when we say it's dark, and it's, the way that the words are used specifically, not by chance and not just to try and trick us. It's like the cold-hearted business side of things, when they're supposedly taking an oath in their coronation under God to do good as the sovereign appointed for the people, and it turns out we're all at some kind of dark, malicious, even like Da Vinci style. I don't know. When you see these films and that as well, and you see how the interpretations and the historical conceptualization and the codes and the phonics and the sonics and the languages and the jurisdictions, the delivery room, the doctor, the product, the delivery room. And then the birth certificate itself, at the hospital there's allegedly a certificate of live birth that they give out now, and things like this. Why is it that we have these? Why is it?
It's on there.
Go on, Albert.
It's on there like the stillbirth. So the midwife having that middle role, she has to identify the outcome of that birth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's on there.
It's on the form.
It's on the live birth notification.
Okay.
What's on the live birth form? What does the midwife do as the middle wife?
Basically the outcome.
All right. Yeah.
Living,
stillbirth.
Yeah.
I forget the other, but it's like a questionnaire.
Okay.
They're filing.
Because some, unfortunately, aren't, like, as we've experienced and others will have. I don't successfully reach the point of they die at some point, or they're delivered, with cords round and they die at that point, or the doctors, who is it? Who delivers the baby other than the midwife? Is someone in the, not surgeons, are they? But the
Gynecologist.
yeah, whoever delivers the baby, the doctors there. There we go. Yeah, well done, obstetrician. They can injure the baby as well. They can be born, they can be healthy, and then they can get damaged coming out and die in various means. But so that does actually happen as well. So we've had argumentation with CQV saying, you lot are crackers. This is to do with when somebody actually gets lost at sea or gets lost, and after 7 years, the law can say that they no longer exist, and after 7 years, the estate that they had can now be looked at and divvied up. But that estate for the missing, lost soul is not to be touched for 7 years. So there's nothing macabre about these perceptions and interpretations that you lot are having with the line of work that we do, or the doubts or the scepticism that we have for it. It's very interesting.
So which out of the three, Sescabay, Axe, can you rebut then? Because I've only looked at one of them. One of them was Henry Gate, wasn't it? One of them.
Yes, so you've got to just search for them and look for yourself as well. But you'll find, I think it's 1533, and then 1666. And 1707, yeah. Most people only know because of the 3 6s and the plague and the fire of London.
So does the most recent one supersede the rest then?
Yes, you would think that to be logical. Yes, that's usually the case. Yes, the latter one would supersede. There's just a historical background of where they've come from and what they're at now. Yeah, so you've got the trail of that, and it can be used for people that it is used for people's estates dead and lost at sea. But when you look into or just missing, but when you look into language, Latin dictionary, you've got your English dictionary, you've got your Black's Law dictionary, and you have fun with these words, and you look at the interpretation and the birth and deaths and the interpretations on the government's own website and its definitions of that from the horse's mouth. You can see that there is abandon and certain things like this. The birth certificate, mother is named as an informant. Informant gives somebody up. Matter of fact, that's how it works. It's not what we believe. That's how this is real as it is. So then you're like, well, hang on, we're onto something here then, aren't we? Because if we're all banked and in debt, and there's no gold, and there's no intrinsic value behind the private banking cartel Bank of England banknotes, then who is the surety for the national debt? How is that? These bankers, this banking cartel of the private family bankers that's in the Bank of England are printing worthless bits of shit on paper and giving it to government. The government are then circulating and controlling that at the face value of 5, 10, 20, 50 and so forth in the notes there for currency, not money. It then makes you wonder. Gordon Brown sold off the last of the gold, didn't he, at a cheap price when he was in the number 10 seat, if I recall rightly. So there is no value behind the notes. There is no gold in the banks. We have Professor Richard Werner telling us, who's a professor from Oxford or Cambridge, teaching at law with regards to money, intrinsic value, credit creation. There's two ways credit is made. Not money, I'm sorry, Albert. I slapped myself for that one. This happens. The banks of the Bank of England, the central bank as it's known, the IMF is a central bank for international. You've got central banks everywhere. Countries where there are no central banks seem to have wars, like Gaddafi and his idea of the gold coin circulation. Suddenly, so we look at central banks, IMF, look at the banking of England, and it's nothing to do with England, it's nothing to do with the Queen, and private bankers, mandrake money system, fiat currency, print on paper pretty patterns and pictures of the Queen and lend it the government, and then there's no backing behind that, and the government then circulate that and control that within the our community and society and markets. So we have to look at what it actually is. What is value? What is my word is my bond. When we speak of bonds and bonding and bondage and all of these things, then our word was good enough at one point. We didn't have to. It's like when you get married, and or those that do get married or have been married, they ask you to stand in front of your family and declare your undying love and proclaim X, Y, and Z in front of your congregation. But then at the end of it all, your word was not good enough, witnessed by everybody who's near and dear to you. You have to go down to the registrar and sign and create, and then legally. So it's not a declaration of love, and it's nothing to do with God and being holy and going into the the matrimony of marriage. It's an institution, and it's designed to benefit a certain select part of our society. And you know, it just goes to show you that you can use your word, and it's not actually recognised and endorsed until the registrar gets the signatures, and then they move forward and you're legally married. Whereas I've made a promise to Anna Maria, and we got some tattoos on our fingers, and we decided to use the money that we would have to get married to use in life for our betterment, and that's all we need to do. We've declared and proclaimed. We're not recognised legally, but I am Abrahamically, and there's witnesses to that fact and family members. So we are common law, man and wife, and that will do just fine for us. You know, we trust and love each other. When we speak of trust, relationships are based on trust. You trust that your other half will be honourable and near to you, and truthful and honest, and you will do the same in reciprocation. That's based on trust. We shouldn't need, what does a ring mean? What does a bit of paper mean? It's just a formality and a heavy expense, isn't it? You know, our words are what matters. In the courts of England, in the criminal high courts of England, paper is not really seldom used. It's testimony. It's words. The criminal court, the High Court criminal justice system works on testimony of and the facts. And in the Bible, in Matthew, it's there for all to read. Wherever two or more are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst of them. What I say, in courts of England, in high courts, 2 witnesses or more will make a fact. So we again evidence how the KJV 1611 authorised Bible of King James is what the London Templars Masonic order legal law system, actually the New World Order. What we're talking about, this is why it's Masonic knowledge and higher Masonic knowledge, and why it's like so scattered, so fundamentally turbulent with all of what we're discussing. And you see why I wanted to talk about wills and trusts and things that are tangible, that can protect you, that can lock your property and rights and things down, because we're not in a fair war. We're fighting blind. We don't know our rights. If you don't know your rights, you have no rights. Not from me, from the Law Society. But your solicitor will tell you your rights, or your barrister, or your attorney, or your brief. But guess what? They're in a club. It's called the Law Society. The judge is in the club. It's called the Law Society. The police are in the club. They're in with the Law Society, and you've seen how the miscarriages of justice wasn't. Who was that lady that got raped by that officer? Let's just mention her name.
Vanguard.
Yeah?
Sarah, Sarah.
Oh, Sarah Everard.
Sarah Everard, God bless her soul. Look at that. Got stopped by an... I'm not saying that we're not here to slag officers off, but the system, the way it works, you know what I mean? We're fighting with mostly... not the ones on the street, but some instances, yes. You know, the police have been held to account many, many times. It's in the public domain. It's been in independent inquiries. They're not able to do the job now because, do you know what? They're being called out to people having heart issues and children that can't get ambulances, because if you ring an ambulance today here in England, after paying your taxes, after paying your dues, your income, your national insurance, your contributions, honestly, contributing, putting it all in, you ring for an ambulance and they say it'll be 4 to 6 hours. I've got a quick story. One of our relatives got a child at school, and they fell down in sports, broken arm. The school rang up the 999, requested an ambulance for a child. It's going to be 4 to 8 hours for your ambulance for a child with a broken arm at school a few months ago. So this is where we're at. The police are being called out because they're trained in CPR and resuscitation, so they can't go out. Apart from the fact some of them are doing mundane jobs such as sitting in cars, scanning them, looking to get fines, which is not profitable for us, but it is for them. It's all geared up wrong. So the systems and the things that we've got in place, people are striking on the trains. You know what I mean? We had P&O, what was it? Video call, everybody gather round, you're sacked, goodbye. Didn't follow the law, nothing upheld. It's all going to shit, isn't it? But to be real, it's before our very eyes. And we go out and we protest, and they'll spray us, stun us, do this, lock us up, and it's like, we really are. And that's why I'm so focused on what is right, what is real, what is relevant, what will help you with regards to your everyday conduct, and help you retain rights and titles, property. And,
so, David, contract work like you started a new job, and you signed. Is it a contract or is it a service agreement? What is it?
When you sign, you submit, so
Yeah,
you're
like
submitting.
You start a new job and
Yeah.
you say, oh, you know, you read this and then sign here.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that a service agreement or is it a contract?
Yeah, what's the difference between that?
I think the difference will be a contract has to have an offer between the parties of equal value.
Equal consideration, equal value, yeah. Between a man and a man, a contract is between a human and a human, a soul and a soul, not a corporation coming to man. But then you present your person as the mister. You go to submit the form and give up. You don't retain any rights ordinarily by the fixture of the signature. I actually signed, autographed it lowercase, and we need to talk of how we view contracts. Contracts are primarily, as David said, they have 7 or 8 points. I believe it's 8. Offer, consideration. You work your way down, and there are 2 parties involved. And if one party doesn't agree with some of the terms, they will talk it out and make amendments and corrections. And they will then come to an agreement, and each person will have a copy with the signatures on to enforce that lawfully. And when you are filling in a job application form, you're agreeing and submitting, and I authorised mine with an autograph, but constructive trustee, construct is a word from trust law primarily. It derived and lives in trust law. So when you get, we'll stick to a job application, but you can also think of any unilateral offer that you get. They're not contracts strictly. They come under the remit of contract law, but we just broached on what contracts are. It is actually an agreement that is designed and composed by a strange party, unbeknown to you, bank or employer. You're presented it to look at and evaluate. You probably have got the option of saying, £9.50 an hour. I thought minimum wage was £11. Oh yeah, well spotted, David. We'll correct some pensions, no benefits or anything. Oh well, we could put some of them in for you. You seem worth, so there is a little bit of room with that, but it's a one-way, pre-constructed agreement for you to agree given to you by the bank or the employer. So it isn't so much strictly under contract law, even though it falls under the remit of contract law. Contract law is a large umbrella there, so you've got the right to accept that agreement or not. And if you don't agree, put some red pen there, make notes and that, and send it back. But it's actually a constructive unilateral agreement, not so much a contract. Yeah.
So paying a parking ticket, that would be an agreement, not a contract then?
That's what you call a boilerplate contract or a boilerplate agreement, everybody. I'm hoping that you're enjoying it and it's being profitable for you. Look into what they are. Look also into, because you think of the yellow and black notice that they put on, and they will stick it to affix it to the property. Look at the adhesion contracts as well. Adhesion agreements, adhesion contracts and boilerplate contracts. They come under those. What was you going to say, David, as well? I'll wait for you to make notes. Or you had your hand raised before Paul.
Sorry.
That's all right. No, it's all good. No, he's gone on it.
Yeah, it's gone.
Look at that. It's now 3:25. I think we've been going for 2 hours again. Yeah, that's soon flown, hasn't it? Yeah, gosh. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm trying to be practical, and as long as you all understand and get the time to look at and see the publications, make notes of that, you know where we are. We'd like some support with the website, and for those on the replay, and when I put this into the private domains, this will be shared privately. I've been careful not to show any of you on the video. I've only used first names. You all remain private and anonymous. I need to cater for the ones that are in our website that aren't, able to get here for reasons like Anders being in Sweden, international, and to see, what people think and how I present and the topic, subject matters. Go on, David.
How much are the jumpers? Sorry, your software.
Yeah, it's written. I've written that onto the box there. So I put down 25 for a hoodie. 17.50 for a shirt, and I've got some silver water, some magnesium water there, Those that are members of my YouTube channel can take a bottle each of this here, or if you're in a website, you're a member of the website, you can get complimentary one of those waters and silver water. Or if you'd like to join, then fine, yeah, my Indigo YouTube channel or private domain, then yeah, so be it. And if you want to put any donations in, there was 35 people that responded via email, so I'd like to congratulate and thank you all for, you know, turning up as such. And it's hard what we do here, and people are really going to feel the brunt, I feel, hospital-wise, ambulance-wise, employment-wise, bills, utility, council tax, petrol, diesel. We're in unprecedented times. We're going to be in a, you know, and we've got idiots. It looks like the lunatics are running the asylum, to be fair, is best I could put it.
Can I ask, what is the vision for this group, like going forward? Because you said that initially it kind of evolved, like the names evolved, and you go from kind of within what you're led with.
Yeah.
Is there, because there are three of you, aren't there, at the helm?
There's
Use my terminology, but
myself and as the governor and the founder. Then we've got Greg, who does the private administration and website management, and then there's Kevin that comes onto YouTube and has a chat with us as well, and our admins as well. That Albert's an admin, Anders is an admin, Claire's an admin, she's not here, and there are a couple of others in the background. But the vision to bring out the beautiful magic and the power of equity and trust, for you all to know that there are different options available for you to for the landmass, and those that are interested to know that there are other avenues for presentation and performances at a court, to construct trusts that are effective, that put your property into the private, you know what I mean, and ring fence that off from potential theft from big barriers and states, and, you know, going into homes and things like that and having to pay for it from your hard-earned, you know, earnings, and to bring out protection for families, you know what I mean. Like, we do a lot, we encompass a lot with regards to civil issues and bailiffs and debt collectors and, you know, single mums, vulnerability in society, to help strengthen the vulnerable members and to get them information, to look at community resources. So if, like, families can't look after children, we should try to look after that privately ourselves. We should try to maintain that within the family first, and then perhaps look at the state secondary, and to point out the failures, miscarriages of justice along the way. But trust technology is what we found, and that we found to be most beneficial, how to split the titles between the trustee and the beneficiary. You will own nothing, but that's good, because you will have access to it, because whoever you sign as trustee in your private trust, last will, express trust, and that, you're going to trust. You see, entrustment, you are entrusting somebody, and you won't use a stranger off the street. It's going to be a more, it's like the mafia, but not the mafia, do you know what I mean? It's like a more logical, practical, lawful, private way of executing our deeds. You know, I've done a good deed today, you've done some good deeds today, but deeds also appear in paper format as well, and they are deeds to property, deeds to land, title deeds, you know. So we need to help and promote trusts, we need to help and promote safety in families, we need to build up community resources, and with regards to civil interactions with officers, agents, teachers, you know, doctors, nurses, whoever it may be, and let them know. By doing all of this, saying all of that, by expressing a last will and testament, or even a living will, and looking into a last will and testament as well, assigned powers of attorney, you are undoing the presume certain things. Now, if you've done effective estate administration and you've got your affairs in order, you must always keep these things private, but it's good to let them know that you are operating as the executive of the estate or certain things like that, and that you have put things in place to secure your rights title and rights title to property. And that stops anybody stepping in, and it also, when you communicate that with higher levels of government like the Home Office, the Attorney General, the Office of Public Guardian, we've got a list of a few, and also possibly the Archbishops and that, and asking them for, you know, some kind of protection if necessary, then that will stop a great amount of issues that we get asked a lot of the time, you know, to do with children, courts, money, bailiffs, property, and how we should be managing this, because that's how the elite do it. That's how the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the Queens and the hoi polloi, the aristocracy do this. But we're not meant to know it because we're simple, uneducated, as it said in Paul versus Constance, and that's not quite the case. If we had the knowledge and we was taught properly and we was educated instead of indoctrinated, we wouldn't be in half as much of the mess as we are. So there's a lot to challenge, and there's a lot of conceptualisation. There was a website called Get Out of Debt.org with John Witterick, Mark Salon, and so that's where I got the inspiration from, you know, where I'm going and what path and avenue we're on. But that unfortunately is no more, and it becomes, yeah, and they really, it's a debt consolidation type company. So there's holes in the market, there's niches there, and we need to look at others that are trying to ask for thousands of pounds for trusts that might not work, that might fail. It's all right saying, David, I'd like to buy a trust, but if you wanted to buy a trust, realistically they cost £2,000 to £5,000 depending on what you're doing and who you go to. Now, we don't sell anything, and if I was to try to educate you, get you educated, give you the option to be educated into equity and trust law, and then to say there are trusts available, and for a donation of £300 and something pound, under £400, and it's all right you doing that and having that, but you need to know the how to enforce it. You need to know, you know, the case law surround. You need to be given the option, because it's like anything. People say I need a template for X, Y and Z. Kevin Graham have done some excellent templates for Department for Work and Pensions and the Work Capability Assessment, but then people don't follow that verbatim and they don't understand what to do, and they fill it in wrong, or they go for the appointment on the telephone. They've undone everything and they'll fail, even though the process and the practice is 100% bulletproof. So we can't afford, none of us can afford that, especially nowadays. So we've got the options of, and if I can show you how to express and give you the evidence like what we've done, that's one of the best ones regarding the conflict of trust law and the workings of equity with Paul versus Constance, and other, we've got loads in our educational outlet for the course that we've got for equity and trust for you to work through. You can even go and get the publications that we've brought and find your others, and then hold it down yourself. So once you understand and are educated, I believe it's for our unborn children as well. It started off for the children, and we're not going to be here forever. So and the information and the people that are out there with the quality, good information, are getting less and less. I met a man on YouTube called Dick Gregory. Oh my days, you know what I mean? There's people like that. Dr. Sebi from Africa, and such as John Harris, and that the amount of good, brilliant minds that are there are few and far between now, and it's thinking what we're going to do for our children in the future, our children's children, and we're going to be judged, you know, in future for what we do now, and if we don't do something ourselves now privately, then it's just going to get worse, and options are going to get less. Rights are not gifts from government. They're simply not. And if you're in a legal system that says if you don't know your rights, you have none, what are we going to do? Everyone's on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, games, Minecraft. It's getting, there is no, people aren't taking up trades. I'm not saying this, but generally everything's going, you know, in the wrong way and getting less and more expensive, and we need to rely on ourselves to some extent and operate privately. It's a long answer, but I think I covered it well. Bless you. That lady at the back had a question. Go ahead. Yeah. That's a good idea, but you're still going to be left with charges that need to be fulfilled, satisfied in some way. And if you don't want to, because they're very clever, aren't they, energy companies, utility companies, they say, set a direct debit or pay £100 a month, and then by the time it comes to winter, you'll be in front for your bills, and they keep the credit through the summertime where you're not using a lot of gas. And then they'll say it builds up for when you come to your winter time, for when you use more. So with the direct debit, with the market value increasing as it has done, then I think it's an excellent idea. Our power is in numbers, and our power is working together in those numbers and working against those corporations that are making billions of pounds profit, and they're not sharing it with anybody. They're not being honourable. Nobody paid for those resources, but yet they've set a company up and they've been authorised to manage and regulate and meter, but yet they're not paid for anything. All they're doing is supplying, you know, yeah, that's it. The world's 80% water, but yet we have to pay for that. But we don't pay for water, we just pay for the treatment of it, you know. And so those, you can never...
And what they treat it with is not good.
Yeah, before we start instigating clean air zones, could we have some clean water first, and then we'll look at cleaning up the air, because the...
I'm the person who stopped paying my utilities 6 years ago. Gas, water, electric.
See, but I follow another lady, she does a lot of this, not paying utilities, but then there's a lot of people that has a lot of trouble because they have people banging at the door.
Is that Stacey as well?
No, early
I know Stacey, I like her.
No, you should stay away from her. She's not good news.
I like her.
She's a bit dodgy.
You might like her, but she's very dodgy and she's worrying with Richard Branson.
That's Richard Branson.
About taxes, I mean, I don't know if this is but like having to pay taxes really, where
The taxes is an issue that will get you custodial sentences, isn't it? It's a council tax and income tax, and we would have to do freedom of information requests to the Bank of England, and we would have to look at these private corporations. Kevin knows quite a bit on this. I'm getting a sore throat, lad. Do you want to come up and have a little chat? Can we have you on the camera, or Graham, or anybody? Do you want to help me out? But yeah, we've got ideas, and with their corporations, he's got a wealth of knowledge. And if you don't want to, I can hold it down, brother. But
well, you don't know a lot.
I'll get a chair and sit by you. I'll bring one up, pass one up. We can do it, yeah. Between us, bro. Oh, God bless you. Yes. Yeah, you've got Parliament Square, we've got loads there. We can look at transfer of discharge. I'll put some bits in, but thank you.
Yeah, I mean, with regards HMCTS, again, just because it says Her Majesty's, that hasn't actually got anything to do with her whatsoever. You know, another profit corporation, again, goes, you know, you could easily do freedom of information. Can you give me the law for paying tax? And you can't, because there isn't one. So, you know, but if you knew that you've been paying your taxes all these years basically to a for-profit company, you wouldn't be happy about it, would you? You know what I mean? With the taxes, ridiculous, one of the biggest things we pay, and we get taxed to here in England on everything. You know, even the mafia say, if you want to learn corruption, go to England. They look up to what we're talking about, the higher lot, but it's so ridiculous. I say what I would suggest, especially with HMCTS, is never fill in their paperwork.
Hang on, that's the court system, isn't it? Not HMRC. Do you mean HMRC?
Sorry, HMRC.
Yes.
Well done. I'm usually HMCTS is another one, but you know they all just fall. They're all bastards. You know, we don't fill in their paperwork. They'll send you something and say, oh, blah, 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 blah. So we'd respond, answer the questions but on a separate sheet, stapled to that, and they don't like that. But you've responded. I've had quite a lot of interaction, but not on my own. 4 other people got them to disappear nearly every time.
So no response?
Just, well, we ask them questions, and then they completely ignore you. So that's it. Well, you haven't answered my letter, and they tend to disappear. But all they want is, go on here, fill it out online. We need you to fill this paperwork out. So you never do that, because that's your contract. You owe us this. Sign here. Done. But
what about because if you've got your own business, like
can get that you can go into some kind of, you know, like you're talking about. But if you're actually employed, so your tax is taken off at source, you seem completely powerless to address the situation.
Yeah, no, you're
As an
right.
employee, when you're an employee for a
yes,
company,
yeah.
yeah.
Because I pay a shitload of tax, and it, you know, it
Unless, you know, this is going to be a rare situation, but unless you're on such good terms with your employer that you can go, I'm going to set myself as a company and this is what I'm going to charge you. And they've got to be up for that, and you would just draw it gross. And then you write off everything you possibly can. But no employer's going to do it, because we're also dealing with people that, but this is how it's done. And when you start going to them, well, actually, don't do that because that's not the law. Next thing you find, you're not employed there anymore. Because they just stay, you know, they don't want to deal with you. They really don't want to deal with you.
What about the Parliament Square business, or the 100 Parliament?
Well, 100 Parliament Square is the head office of HMRC, and it is dormant.
What?
It is marked as dormant on Companies House and Dun and Bradstreet.
By design.
But if you say what's your head office, that says 100 Parliament Square. Yeah, it's dormant. The company's dormant.
Check it out, do a research on
Yeah,
it.
honestly,
is that a company's house, or is it?
Company, either or. Dun and Bradstreet's getting a bit difficult now.
Thing is dormant, really. It's bankrupt, aren't
Yeah, the whole thing. That's it. You know.
The UK is from
The
1800
UK,
to
yeah.
1900s, we're in bankruptcy.
Nobody should be trading currently because
We can only offset. All this
trading
using of
in
cash
bankruptcy.
is nonsense. Because the country's bankrupt. Since the gold standard went, and if you read the bankruptcy rule, it says you can't use cash, you can only offset. And this is where the Rothschilds and ilk, et al, are coining it in, because they're just producing this money, they're getting the interest on it, but there is no money. I try and explain to people, you go and you get 10 quid in your hand, and then you take it to some, and you use it. It's every time it's used, it's going on the national debt, because it's just a promise to pay. You know?
It's worth nothing.
No, it's not worth anything at all. Monopoly money's probably worth more. To be honest.
Didn't a few years ago the country lost the rating? Didn't they lose the
the credit rating.
It was in the triple A. Now they downgraded it.
Yeah, from the so a bankrupt organisation said your credit rating's going down. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? But you know, it's so corrupt. That was the worst thing for me when we first started getting into this, and when we became aware of the sheer scale of the corruption, you know, that's going on every day in this country. My first reaction was anger, but I learned very quickly you can't deal with this stuff in anger. You really have to. In fact, especially coming to the DWP, but same sort of thing. It was dealing with them that changed my whole demeanour towards them, and I turned it into a game where I was always the one laughing, you know, at what they were saying to me, and they hated me. Graham's done the same. We, as I say, you know, sorry, slight tangent, but all corporations again. We were forced through health, both of us, to need some entitlements, not benefits, they're entitlements. Remember that, they changed the word. And obviously then we were both coming up the assessment process, because I was on ESA and DLA at the time. You were just ESA, weren't you, right? Yeah. And you know, all of a sudden we get all this info, and you understand that, yeah, I've got or my person's got an agreement with the DWP, or I've used my person so I may benefit. You know, and we've gone in, and then we started realising, you know, they're farming you off to third parties, and they use very clever wording. You see, they go, oh yeah, you need a work capability assessment. Well, hang on a minute, I've got a medical certificate, clearly says I'm not fit for work. So why do I need a work capability? Who's doing it? What are their medical qualifications? And they'll always come back and they'll say, oh, so and so, they always seem to be nurses. That's not a medical qualification, it's a healthcare qualification. It's the language they use, that's how you pick them apart. So what you can respond and say is, I'm more than happy to have a medical, by medically qualified people, that are at the same level or above the people that have already assessed me. It's perfectly reasonable, but they can't afford to have consultants and all. That's what it's about money. So they're tricking you to give consent to be basically, and I don't mean any disrespect, it's just an analogy. You might as well go into Tesco's and ask one of the people on the till to give you a medical assessment. That's what you're doing. That is what you're doing when you go to these people. And we've come a long way. First of all, we started conditional acceptance. But actually over what, is it about 4 years, 5 years now?
About that, yeah.
Now it's phone calls, we're doing a phone call. So we did have a lot of paperwork you could put in, and there's still some paperwork if they force you into a tribunal, or they sanction you, or they don't award you anything. We got paperwork straight in for that.
So more time you just call them up and...
Well, now if basically you'll get a letter about assessment for it. Oh, what do you want? Whether it's at the moment everything's telephone. Well, if you've got, just a thought here, if you've got a musculoskeletal problem, shall we say, how can you be assessed over a telephone? It's ridiculous. But you see, they need your consent. It's even in the face-to-face assessments. You turn up. I never went to. I had a doctor. They even had a doctor come to me. Wasn't even a doctor. They'll even lie to you like that. But you get a letter. We want to have a telephone assessment. So you phone them straight up, and you can demand under a thing called the Gray's report that you require a paper-based assessment. And you're totally entitled to that. What that means is they have to assess you on your medical records.
Okay.
But here's the thing. So what you're trapping them. Because you're saying, no, on a paper-based assessment, which you're perfectly entitled to. There's a report, was it 2017, Gray's report?
Yeah, 15 maybe.
That said, it was a big report about how they treat you, and they said, you're absolutely entitled to this paper-based response, and they have to make a thing called reasonable adjustments. So if you've got a mental health problem, maybe you're not very good on the phone, stuff like that, they can't expect you. You have to ask them to make reasonable adjustments for your condition, and unless they do, you don't have to comply. But these people
It's an offer.
Yeah, these people are bastards.
Yeah,
they really are. The people that work for them, I don't know what they are, demons, because how they live with themselves, because these people are nobodies, and they're deciding, oh no, sanction them, they didn't toe the line, and they'll put you into sanction, and the first step is you ask for a mandatory reconsideration. Now, from the moment you ask for that, whether it's on the phone or whether it's in writing, the day that letter arrives, the day you make the call, they have 15 working days to give you that mandatory reconsideration. Well, the worst one I've had for myself was 5 months, and that's pushing them virtually every day. So that's the only thing we can't control, is their response to what's going on. But they don't like us at all. In fact, Graham and I, if we have to phone them up, and you're looking at least 40-minute wait, maybe an hour, and then we get to the next one in the queue, and then we just get cut off. They won't even speak to us, because I just laugh at them, and they're jokers. But there's a lot of new stuff come to light, especially with the people that are writing to assess you. So your data's been shared by the DWP to these third parties, so that's an ICO offence. So you can report that. When they write to you, so I'm going to do an assessment, well, that's an Unsolicited Goods and Services Act, 71, is it 72? I can't remember. unsolicited goods and services, unfair contracts, even though technically there isn't a
It's not
contract.
really a contract, yeah.
But, you know, that's what we say to them all. Where have I asked for your services? Show me the letter that I must have written you to ask for your services, otherwise jog on. So, of course, they then go to the DWP and they send a message basically on a computer that says, he won't comply, you know. So then the DWP sanction you. But here's the thing, because there's no contract with the assessing agent, they sent a message saying he won't toe the line or she won't toe the line. The DWP have just acted on a malicious communication. So now you've got them all lined up. I've got no obligation to this firm. They tried at you and you stopped my money. That's a malicious communication. And you've acted on it.
Causing you potential harm.
Absolutely, but this is the problem. It's like most of the time you're going to get all of this corrected. You will win. It's up to them how long it takes you to win.
Okay.
Because if they want to drag this out, they will drag it out, and they'll do it on purpose. It's like the starve you out mentality. This is what these people are like. They'll try and cause you as much harm as possible. You know, say even the mandatory reconsideration, their rules say 15 working days, so let's call it 3 weeks, you know, 3 Monday to Fridays.
And there's nowhere you can go if they take longer, there's nowhere you can take that or...
You can't, well, you have to use the system, but until you get the mandatory reconsideration, even if it says, we're not changing our decision, until you get that, you can't go to tribunal. So they're holding the whole thing up, you see.
They've set it up as an obligation prior to going to the next step. You have to follow their steps, and they have control of the time.
This is the problem. You've got no other choice. You probably could go through the back door at tribunal and pay for a tribunal, probably about 250 quid. But we haven't had to do that. But it's just ridiculous. They'll tie it up, as I say, 5 months.
They're all the same.
Yeah, it's so disgusting. And this,
DBS
the worst thing, you know, is these genuinely sick and disabled people being treated like this. That's why we really got into it, because we saw the scope of it and people killing themselves, and you know, the most ridiculous thing, mostly these assessments where they decided, some nobody decided you're fit for work. So as I say, we did our conditional acceptance paperwork, and sometimes we got that done in like 1 letter, sometimes it would take 2 or 3 and they tended to back off. They want to ruin you. That is their goal. But now, as I say, you can do it on the phone. You don't have to fill any paper. Just phone them up. You get an assessment appointment. This is what I require under the Grays report. Paper-based. Paper-based. It's not assessment. It's a paper-based review, is what you call it. And as I say, then it forces them to get. And then you can pull your doctor as well. You go. If you think about it, the DWP speak to your doctor, and your doctor just sends your medical records. Well, who's he sending them to? Who's qualified at the DWP to look at them? So your doctor's in the shit as well, because he hasn't done his due diligence. He's just
someone who does not qualify.
Yeah, the DWP, who he thinks has something to do with the government, because do not. I just said, he's made a claim, can we see his medical records? They go, yeah.
You could also write a note to your doctors to have it on your file. Please do not share my personal data.
Yeah, I've done that. I've removed any access. They have to come to me. That's what I did with my doctor in the end.
Yeah, I've done that.
What would happen with the DWP then? If you've removed access from the doctors to them, they want to. I know that.
So say
they know you're not well.
Well,
they have to come back.
They should have. They've got your records anyway, but they're not. But basically, what you do is you've now said to the doctor, you do not give out my records to anybody without my express written permission.
Yeah.
So what they have to do, DWP say, oh, can we get better records? No. Oh, why not? Because I have to get his consent. I'll write to him, send him a letter asking for his consent, and you just say no, look, you know.
Really?
And then you can point, the doctor starts getting fun, you point out to him, do you know this is a private company?
Yeah.
Do you know what they're doing? So, yeah, I've had some
But do you
interesting
think you still get any
chats with my
money from
doctor.
the DWP if they can't access any records then? If you
But who's accessing it? This is the thing.
Yeah, there's no
You're
one-
not refusing.
Right.
Again, what
Yeah.
you're saying is, who's getting my private, personal, sensitive
Yeah.
data? Who's looking at it?
Okay,
Is it a GP at minimum?
right.
And they'll probably lie to you. So as soon as they say, oh yes, it'd be a doctor.
Then
Right,
we
okay.
want to know where
Can
the
I have his
evidence is.
registration number?
Yeah. Give us the evidence.
Right? And of course they're not. They're using nobody's.
Yeah.
The whole thing is nobody's, and that's why they. And I'm sure, although they wouldn't, for some reason, they wouldn't answer the question. But I did write to them at one point and say, "Are you paying bonuses to these firms for everybody they get off?" They just wouldn't answer. So they're paying bonuses. You know. But as I say, it's come a long way. It was paperwork. Now it really is a phone call. But if they decide they're going to sanction you and force you down tribunal, there is nothing. We've got some paperwork, and we've had a few instances recently. We sort of give them a way out. So somebody assesses you, so we send them two documents, two two-page documents in the same envelope, stapled separately. One of them is a freedom of information request. Who is the assessor? What's the medical qualifications? Way, I think we ask how much they earn, all sorts of stuff. And the second one is a mandatory reconsideration. So you're sort of killing two birds with one stone. And you keep them separate, so that if they go to separate departments, they haven't got to send, do you know?
Yeah.
That one stays in this department, that one goes to that department. And we've had quite a lot, a few fairly recently where they've awarded them nothing, right, on PIP and ESA, so we've got have these two documents. Now the mandatory reconsideration gives them an out, because what they come back with, not all the time, but quite a lot of the time, is they will come back and they will say, oh, you asked us to have another look at your claim. No, we didn't. We asked you for a mandatory reconsideration of your decision. And then miraculously, we found actually you are entitled to stuff. And we'll back pay it and blah blah. Of course, they totally ignore the fact that you've asked for this assessor's all their details, and you tell them, because I'm going to deal with this person in the private. Where's she got the authority to override a medical certificate? And that's what they do.
And would you always address this, obviously, you always address like the head of the company?
Well, I mean, to be honest with the DWP, you're wasting your time, because the head is, what's her name? Teresa Coffey. I know loads of people that have done it and said to me, oh, I'm going to send her. I said, you're wasting your time. Just do it to everything, to whom it will concern, and always send it to the DWP at Belfast. Go to the head office. Try and avoid using Wolverhampton site A and Wolverhampton, because that's, again, it's just a third-party interloper answering phones, and they're probably answering Zanussi bloody washing machines as well as DWP calls, you know what I mean? So we avoid that. Obviously, what we normally do, if an agent asks you for an assessment, we notice then straight away and give them a load of flannel, this is what I want, but you're a private company, I've got no agreement with them, no contract, your services are crap, quite frankly, and you're biased towards your principal. So, thanks, but no thanks. And then we would automatically inform the DWP. So they can't try, well, you didn't tell us you'd done that, so we've stopped your money. No, you instantly tell them, this is what I've just done to your agent. And they've got nowhere to go, because you're informing them. Clean hands. You've kept them informed all the way through. But it seems, from my own experience, they will put you through the ringer once, and if you win, so I've virtually walked it both times. Actually, we had another little chat with the judge last time, didn't we? the lady, she said, anything you'd like to ask me? It was really funny.
Yeah.
But it's as I say, we can't control what the DWP will do, but the courts, we go in with stuff. We've even had a couple of occasions where we've put a bundle in and the court have written, the tribunal have written and said, we're not going to give you a tribunal. We're going to go and have a little word with the DWP and ask them to reconsider this decision. And you're like, well, hang on a minute. Are you refusing to give me a ruling?
Yeah.
And they're doing it because it's a massive cash cow, right? You imagine how many tribunals are going on all over the country, 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to rule on the stuff we use because it would be game over for the whole assessment thing.
The whole industry, yeah.
And anybody that's been sanctioned would actually have good grounds to go up compensation because of how they've been robbed and deceived. So, but yeah, HMCTS, all of them, RC, always take them on when they send stuff. My daughter-in-law to be, funnily enough, they were chasing her. They had made a mistake. You know, you were self-employed she's never been self-employed.
I've had that too.
Yeah. And you owe us this, that and the other, so we did a DSAR.
Yeah.
There were some little knife twists in there, like, you're a private company, here's your company number, here's this, that and the other. You know, why is your head office marked as what did I say it's marked as? Dormant, that's it. Answer these and maybe we can talk.
Can I ask you something? You know, I've noticed when you said on Company House, you see with some of the CEOs and directors, it's like they go around in roundabouts.
Yeah, that's
so it's like they have like a time scale in it.
Yeah.
Maybe so they don't get prosecuted. I don't know. You know.
Well, that's it. What they'll do is they'll shut one down, move it. So anything under that corporation, I mean, it's not, when they shut it down, it's not immediately dead. But basically, by the time anything gets looked at, the statute of limitations gone, and they've run another 5 firms since then.
Yeah.
Job centre.
Yeah, Job Centre Plus.
Yeah.
That's another, it's a dissolved company. It's on the high street.
Wow. Yeah.
It's dissolved.
Yeah.
What? So what are you going into?
Yeah.
You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Have you touched on bedroom tax? Is there anything that can be done with that?
I've not had to. I know somebody who had to deal with it. I've obviously not had to deal with that sort of thing. I think again because you at councils, as hard as you try and as correct as you might be, they don't give a shit.
No.
And that's what you're up against. My suggestion would be, if you know your stuff well enough, don't ever get involved in the courts. Wait till everything goes to DCA and get rid of them. They're easy.
Difficulty I work in housing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people that are, it's very concerning where things are going.
Yeah.
And they're penalised for the spare bedrooms. And
I know.
So
is there not a technical way around it by
I
doing
think
something
there is.
with the
Prayer
room?
also in prayer room discount.
Prayer room, that, because under religion, I know you can get an exemption.
Put a Bible in it and claim it's your prayer room.
Yeah, put a mat on the floor, little table, under religious, whatever it is, freedoms, whatever you want to call it. I think you find, because no disrespect here, but I think the Muslims do that a lot with their houses.
Percentage you get something levy, but
you and your friends come round to your house. One week it's your house, next week it's your mate's house, and you all meet and you all fucking pray together, and that's the room you do it in, or it's your family prayer room. But look into religious exemptions. That's what I would suggest. Because don't forget, you don't have to go, well, I'm Roman Catholic, I'm Islamic, I'm whatever, You don't need to be a member of a religion to be religious. You can have your own relationship with whatever you think God may be, which is why I like the Rasta philosophy. on, you know, with religion, because it is an individual experience, and it's not a preach, you know. And I love that philosophy, that it's an individual relationship with whoever, whatever.
Where would you locate that information?
Look up. I mean, it would be worth do a Google. I say Google, but I don't mean Google. I don't use them. But you could just do religious exemption for council tax. You could do, you know.
Okay.
You should be able to get. I mean, I have seen stuff on it like that
We
long
did check
ago.
it
We
out.
did have a look.
Yeah, there was a percentage given away, but it doesn't cover it all. There used to be parish council houses, didn't they? And the council don't own anything either. They're just like stockholders. So it's one of them where
It's not going to hurt you to look. You know, can I change my? Would I be exempt from the bedroom tax if that room were used as a prayer room? Put that in as a question.
well, I need to inform you that this is used as a prayer room. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's other exemptions available. There is the one I've personally used is a little known form or notification from the council, a form that relates to severe mental illness, and you are able to get the form, fill it out with your personal details, take it to your doctor, let them fill out their doctor's information, they send it back to the council send them privately another form, the doctor, if they're agreeable to your medical status, they'll stamp it and send it back, and then they'll declare you exempt from...
Under severe mental illness?
Yeah, but their criteria was targeting Alzheimer's type of conditions.
Right.
But there is no mention of an exclusion of any other mental health condition, so I have a mental health condition.
Well, again, you'd be able to use the term reasonable adjustment.
Yeah.
A reasonable adjustment needs to be made in my case.
Yeah.
That's exactly what those words are there for, you know, and they have to do something, you know, they have to make reasonable adjustments.
Also, I think you need to protect yourself, because if that's what you're going to do, you've got to probably state not to make sure that's not going to be shared with other parties, because obviously a lot of companies, they're going to share your information anyway. So
and the other thing I think you've got to be careful of when you're playing the mental health game is just, you know, make sure it doesn't backfire on you. Not being funny, you only need one doctor at the moment because of just COVID nonsense.
It's like Nazi Germany.
So, you know,
3 doctors, 3 red stripes.
you get section with 1 instead of 2. 30 days minimum. But
Can one doctor section you now?
yeah, since COVID, they brought it in with COVID. When the COVID came in, they said, yeah, only needs one doctor now. So it's meant to be temporary, but I bet it isn't.
Actually, it's quite hard to get section, from my experience.
Yeah.
They don't do it lightly, and a lot of people that I work with have got severe mental illness
Yeah.
and are trying to cope because of how society has moved. They're just deteriorating.
Oh.
So I'd say, yeah, to get sectioned, it's bloody hard.
Yeah, I think
because I've got people that I work with that need sectioning, and you can't get them sectioned.
No, I know what you mean.
Really badly ill or piss somebody off in a high place.
Chase the police down the road at night.
What about the equality with the council tax that came up recently?
Right, I don't know if anybody's seen it. We put it up on the FB page. It's a guy called Ali Cat. Long and short of it is, it appears, do not quote me on this part, it appears that Marston's are mostly dealing with all the council tax stuff. Now, fairly recently, there was some sort of case, and it was to do with liability orders, because Marston's, obviously they're going, yeah, we've seen them. Anyway, it turned out that they'd never seen the liability orders. So basically Marston's had to return 2 of these accounts. Now this guy then comes along and he's got Marston's on his case, so he says to them, well, here's the case law where you had to hand them back because there was no liability orders. And the woman goes, yeah, yes. And then he says, well, under the Equalities Act, you can't pick and choose whose accounts you send back because nobody's got liability orders for this stuff. So actually, you should be returning every council tax job because there is no liability order and it's case law.
Yeah.
So they left this bloke alone and he went, there's the case law, you've not seen liabilities, but you can't just do it for them, that's not fair. We're all equal, so you've got to do that for me as well.
What was the case? What was the case?
I can't.
I put the video, I downloaded it and put it in Telegram, I'll stream it, get it from Facebook.
It was on the Facebook page. I don't know if you can search and you put Alley Cat in there. I've got it on the phone somewhere here.
Which Telegram group? The private one?
Yeah. There's never actually a granting of that, you know, they applied for.
Yeah, notice of an application for a liability order, and that's all it ever is. Well, a notice to apply for one isn't a liability order.
I mean, apparently there isn't a liability order, it was done away with, but does it not have to come from a court anyway?
Yeah.
Am I right?
2003 liability orders. This is the whole point of this case with Marston's.
Yeah.
Because basically the council says, go after this perfect council tax, and they just do it. They've not even seen a liability order themselves, and you can't show one. I've got a brilliantly fraudulent one, my son got sent recently, and we had a good laugh about it and thanked them very much for the entertainment, the council. We said, thank you very much for the entertainment you've given us with that ridiculous document.
There's a guy in Liverpool, there's a YouTube video on my phone somewhere, there's a guy in Liverpool that's doing this, isn't there, who's actually taking on the councils.
Yeah.
Am I right? I'm sure it's on, I'll see if I can find it for you, it's fantastic, it's a superb video, it really, really arms you up and shows you exactly what's going on. It's completely corrupt because there are no, if you decide the courts, there is no case there.
No, we phoned them. So this liability order we got the other day, not for me, for my son. So phoned up Staines Magistrates and said, can I speak to R.L. Love, please? I said, hang on a minute. There's nobody of that name here. I said, it's funny, he's Justice of the Peace here. But they've told us in the previous, we've got a liability order from Staines Magistrates Court, and then it's a landscape version on an A4, clearly produced themselves, all done by Elms Borough Council. So I wrote to them, telling them thanks for the entertainment. It was brilliant that we had such a good laugh at your clear forged document.
I'll see if I can find it, but I'll put it in that Telegram group, yeah? It's really good.
Yeah. But I say they're all, everything's so corrupt. Everything in this country. It's got to stop. They are absolutely raping all of us. Unless you're loaded, it's absolutely outrageous what they're doing.
It's a wealth transfer, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's a wealth transfer.
Yeah, but again, what wealth though, you see? There's no money, it's just digits. No, but it's just digits really, nothing's backing it, is it?
But everything is being taken and it's us like at the bottom.
Yeah, this is why they want to go digital money.
Yeah, I mean it's insane.
There's no value. I mean, but you're like now. You're working for promises. You're not getting paid anything, and then you use those promises to live, and that all goes on the national debt because it's just a promise to pay.
If you want to learn more about money and the meaning and value of money, Mike Maloney has a YouTube education channel. There's 10 videos and bonuses. And if you start at number 1 and you share that with your clients, they'll see where they're being scammed. What money is, what it's not.
Yeah.
think they've been very shocked, but I don't think my position is someone that would want to shake that right now, to be honest. Not in my job, because I won't have a job.
No, they won't have that.
So it's strategic what they can and can't do. I mean, personally, it's...
That's it, pick your battles.
Yeah, exactly.
Pick your battles.
Maybe I can...
Don't go, throw yourself on your own sword.
Yeah.
What is to just to ask questions? You can ask him. You're asking questions, which you're entitled to do.
Yeah.
If something you don't understand, you don't comprehend it, you must be asking a few questions about it, which they should be able to sort of divulge to you.
Yeah.
So that's what we do. Let's ask them questions about whatever this thing that they're trying to present to you. But obviously
Not too much to ask, is it?
Yeah, not too much. Yeah.
And coming from the frame of mind of making it a game, it is a game.
It is a game.
They call it the game of life. And the better you know the rules of the game of life,
100%.
the more chance you have of winning some of the games.
You just frustrate them because with a little bit of knowledge, especially when you use their own rules against them, they do not know what to do. And you go, but your rule says, what? What?
Because they don't follow their rules, do they?
No, because they're used to just doing what they want. So when you come back and go, hang on a minute, they don't. I mean, you're speaking to idiots anyway. Even if you get supervisors and people beyond that, you still talk to idiots. It's only up at sort of the, should we say, the legal team level that know what's really going on and above. But otherwise, that's all you're trying to deal with all the time is these bloody idiots. And of course, they think you're mental. As I was saying earlier about how you see a lot of people writing letters, I'm living man, all done in red ink and all this sort of stuff. And I say to them that it's horses for courses. Imagine you're sitting in the office and a letter like that comes through. I mean, you must have a loony wall. Oh, no one, here's a new one this week, check this one out. Because although what you're doing is correct, you're doing it to the wrong people that are just, you're really wasting your time. Until you start getting up into the higher echelons and maybe into ecclesia and into the higher levels of court, that's where you use it and make them understand it. They're talking to somebody that's opening letters to the DWP.
It's the same with the courts and the judges and, like I said earlier, I was 6,000 miles away and they wanted me to attend court.
Yeah. I haven't even seen the letter now.
And then when I wrote and explained that I was away, another judge said, that's not good enough.
That's mad, isn't it?
So they put me down as failure to attend.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, but that, as I say,
they found against me.
Yeah. That was going to happen if you went, Dave.
I settled the account, photographed it with bank giro credit slip and a letter to cover it. They've not returned it, they've not acknowledged it, there's a fee schedule attached to it.
Yeah.
And
that's it.
I'll get maybe 5-6 phone calls a week from debt collectors. And my phone's on silent.
As I say, debt collectors are probably the easiest to deal with out of everything. I'd avoid the courts unless, of course, you've hurt somebody, and then, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But if you're talking acts and statutes, I'd avoid the courts, don't even go in there, administrative process. So we've given it to them all of Halsbury's laws of England, administrative courts. Just read what it says in there. Unlawful, can't be given any power. Yet Lizzie's allowing it, isn't she?
Yeah. But the thing is, though, I sent that Halsbury's law to the bulk centre, which was a complete waste of time, and I got a county court judgment. So, what was I meant to do?
Well, as I say, the trouble is, you've got to remember that a lot of the stuff we use is lawful, and they're all in the legal realm, and those waters don't mix.
No.
So even though we're correct, they literally have got a blind and fingers in their ears. Can't see you, can't hear you, we're just going to crack on.
find out the complaints, make a complaint initially, then look at possibly following it up, seeing how they exemplify themselves from.
Use their system, use the complaints process.
Oh, look, it says on the muscle magnesium and some school, that might be mine.
The thing is, it's scary to think about where it's going because,
You know,
like,
magnesium
you know,
is
we
not
talk
just
about all the
shape,
time about, you know,
skin.
using the
It
law
does
of
like
being
tingle
law
a
for
bit.
all
There's
of
nothing
that,
wrong,
and
it's just the body
actually,
absorbing
it's like
magnesium
everything is getting
from the
steamrolled,
city
and
and sort of
see
water.
how, like, you know, the military have been reporting how they're
Yeah,
actually
yeah, I agree.
profiling people so that
Yeah.
we may be right, but it's still going to be powerless if, you know, we come up against people with guns and you know, who's going to oppose us. You know, where is it going?
It's not looking good, is it?
It really is.
To be honest with you, I can feel Marxism right behind me. Certainly tyranny, but it is. I mean, you know, we know we could load up a massive conversation. Who did Bill Gates? What's he involved in the vaccines? You know, all of this stuff going on, and you know, many of it we knew the vaccines were dodgy, and it's taken all this time to go, well, yeah. Oh, and the governments that signed up for the vaccines knew all of this info when they signed up. This is the state we're in. Again, Agenda 2030, Agenda 21. None of this is hidden, and it ain't good. You know.
Is this, in a sense, should we bother? You know, the little things, but you know, where is it going to go? What power are we going to?
Well, I think,
Noting with the red button, some things are out of control, aren't they? We can't stop. We haven't got the power to stop. We just have to pray and hope and wish.
Biden, oh my God, how he ever, you know, I'm sorry, his boy, that all of the media over there were denying that, it's all Russian disinformation. Now they're all going, it's bloody real. But what's happened? The Clintons should have been executed years ago. Massive coke runners for years and years, and as for the rest of it, paedophilia and all that. You know, it is. I don't know what we do. Or you know, there is only hope, really. The worst thing is, as you all know, the majority are lost. The majority around us. Look at me, COVID. I'll have a fourth one. Yeah, oh, look at me, virtue signaling. They know their market.
There is a video that's linked onto last night's video that I premiered, the strawman nature of the cage. If you look at the description, there's a new one called Force Mass. That's absolutely amazing. That is outstanding. If you go onto IndieGlow.
So where do you need to go? You need to go on your site.
Yeah, I'll give you the link. You type in YouTube, INDI, space glow, look for the king with the fist bump. And there's a video on there last night, and in the description, their new video, it's banned from YouTube, but it's very, very insightful. It's full of facts and.
Well, if it's banned by YouTube, I really need to see it.
That's it.
You got a few videos on your IndieGlow, haven't you?
Yeah, hasn't went the need, but that one on the topic that we're on about.
Yeah.
Is,
yeah, that was only last night, wasn't it? That's
Strawman nature of the cage, part of the John Harris videos. But in that video description from last night, the latest video on there, there's a link in there for a new video from January 22, and he's had to do another one and put all his evidences together, and Fauci and presidents and WHO and everybody else.
yeah, Schwab, but another one. You know, these people. And then you start noticing all your government. Oh yeah, we're aligned with them. Well, we're not.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we're not. I never asked for that.
Yeah, I'm not taking any orders from the WHO. That's it. It's all corrupt.
All health organised.
Yeah.
We're all part of the 300 anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
But when Tony Blair was in power, he signed things called sleeping contracts. And they only would become live if a global pandemic was announced by the WHO. If you check the first TV commentaries by the WHO, they did not want to declare it a global pandemic.
Interesting.
Until those that pay the money told them exactly who's in charge, and just like that, it's a global pandemic. And the contracts became live worth hundreds of billions.
Yeah.
Well, Pfizer's been enriched by 9 billion.
Something ridiculous.
The people in Pfizer that have the share, stocks and shares, people have got like 9 billion or something between them to share now because of the, you know, product that they've coerced.
Follow the money, don't tell you, right?
Yeah.
But in some instances, vaccines do work. You know, there's been good. I'm not saying that this one, but they said to take the time and the testing. It's not like it's just suspicious, isn't it? And people dropping down with heart problems and
Sudden adult death syndrome. Now, obviously, we'd all heard of SIDS, sudden infant. Now, for sudden adult, and then we've got this this reason. Gardening in this heat give you a heart attack and do why didn't you just say that we fucked it all up? A lot of you are gonna die, we're really sorry about it. No, there shouldn't be some cause, but
they could say that because part of the deal is that no one is liable.
no.
But they've done that, yeah. So they've got
And you consented to it as well. If you went and got it,
Yeah, you consented.
But that's when we go through the informed consent and we go through with certain things like that we found as well. UNESCO informed consent.
yeah, fully informed consent.
Case law with something we found English.
Bell
case
and
law, Tavistock.
yeah, two loads of case law.
My company has said that if you haven't been vaccinated and you're sick, that you only get SSP, you don't get your proper sick pay if you haven't been vaccinated.
That wouldn't surprise me. I heard somebody saying a while ago, I can't confirm this, but somebody's died and the whatever vax it was on the death certificate, and the insurance company decided it was suicide.
Wow.
Not paying out, suicide. You took the experimental jab.
Wow.
You can't win, can you?
No.
If you do it, don't if you don't.
But then we all know all of this, the machinations, all of these businesses work together. Look at what we got, Vanguard and BlackRock, which are just enormous, own. You wouldn't believe what that's what it is. Ultimately, it's coming down to 2, 3, 4, 5 corporations.
And if you look back in the movie industry, you'll see that years prior to our current and future events, they've made movies about it. It is social conditioning, preparation
Absolutely.
for what's coming. In order to look to the future, you have to look to the past. I think the population of the world is that stupid that they can't see what's coming.
Well,
Those
on this point, I have to agree that about 80, maybe a bit more percent of people in the world haven't got a clue, and the cognitive dissonance, the fact, just that, I've got to change how I think, that's enough to just stop them doing it. It's sad, but you know, there's a lot of lost people out there and there's no saving them.
Well, they don't want to be saved.
No, they don't want to be saved. They want to be enslaved. That's how it seems to me. But you know, just because the majority want it doesn't mean we have to do it. But
I've given up.
I'm not going to make it easy for us.
My best friends from school because they don't understand.
My daughter won't listen to me.
Yeah. You have to respect her choice.
Thinks I'm mad.
Yeah. I've got a doctor's note confirming I am. But
Nice.
I'm living my life, and it's more fruitful now
Yeah.
than it's ever been. And I'm playing the game of life.
Yeah, this is great.
Good for you, mate. Good for you.
How are we doing?
All right, mate. All good.
Keep the questions flowing.
Well, I was going to go off topic.
City of London crowd.
You don't own the land.
But yeah, you might own your house, you have these, but you don't really.
Yeah.
Do behind that to make claim to the land.
If it's not been disclosed, surely, but you know, it's the problem is, it's non-full disclosures. You were never told that, so that's deception. Under the common law, that should be it. But of course, they don't want it to be it. That's your problem. It's the realm and the jurisdiction you're in. It's not even a jurisdiction, it's criminal. That's why people get trodden on, lose their houses for all the law in the world.
Do you touch on the allodial deed for property at all anywhere?
Absolute title, allodial title.
You do,
Yeah,
right?
we've looked at that. There's information in the website regarding that. You can research that. What is your understanding of that and the use of
You
it?
can't get one in this country.
You can't get one. Have you tried?
I haven't started yet.
All right.
I've got the last 2 days to look into it.
Superior title. Allodial title, superior title. Deeds normally.
Simple
title
trust.
Fee simple, absolute.
Fee simple, that's it,
I
yeah.
know what you mean. We'll take a short break then, if that's all right, from now, 4:30 till about 5. We've got the place till 11, stay as long as you want. Have a look at the material and things there we've got. Help yourself, if you want to take some water, magnesium or silver, you're welcome. You don't have to put any donations in, you just, yeah, if you've got, you can, bless up, if not, you join the website or...
With the silver.
Join up.
Come and ask Kevin, come round this way and speak to Kevin. Watch all the wires. Oh, sorry guys, I'll move this mic back a minute. Thank you Anders for the nudge. I'll just pause the recording. And take a note, take some pictures of the publications and if you need to reference. Like this one, this really thick, this is the one that's on the website. £375 only. I'm not trying to sell it, I'm just making it. This is obviously £2.5 grand.
I think because we're too good at any stealing and put it in, you know, and it doesn't have the same value.
I think it was all the way to something like page 30. That's the official trust from the solicitor, and I'll put supplementary information and different things there with regards to what it is. You come from here, that goes to the name of trust that goes there on that one. This is just part of the course content paperwork to do with
so your
trust.
course,
That's
your
a
course
£450 book that, but got from eBay for 170 quid. That man there is the main man, Alistair Hudson. You'll see his name on some of the books there, on this equity and trust one. No, that was £5 from eBay, look at it, so you can get Amazon, if you look for Amazon, but look for the names, and that's for more American type stuff. Colleges, so yeah, if you can take pictures and make yourself aware.
So your course kind of teaches you about that, and then
trust,
and then if we wanted to do it, then that is sort of
that's what you get,
that.
and you can have a look through it, see that, make yourselves familiar, and
I don't know at this point I could get my head around it. I would have to get some foundation.
yeah, you need to go to the course and have a look there. That's like £50 donation for all the whatever the weeks and the courses, and then you've got the option to go to the high street and see a solicitor and double check things and ask for prices, and you can even do your will. Like I say, the will and testament's the easy way, rather than a private express trust. That's more technical. Like if you was in, if you go and have a look, you'll see like that.
Yeah. I mean, I've just got a house and a bit of land and a car.